Welcome to the Lincoln City Council meeting of January 24th, 2022. In accordance with LB 898, please be advised that a copy of the Opens Meeting Act is posted at the back of the chamber by the northwest door. Let us all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a brief period of silent meditation.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The clerk will call the order of business of the City Council is as follows. The clerk will call the items listed on the agenda. Under public hearing, anyone wishing to speak on an item should come forward after the clerk reads that item. The council shall require any member of the public desiring to address the council to identify themselves, the name of an organization or group, including an address that you may be representing by such person or group, unless that address requirement is waived to protect the security of the individual. The applicant may then make one short rebuttal. Each speaker should begin by stating their name, address, organization, or group, and whether you're speaking in favor or in opposition to that item. Testimony is limited to 5 minutes per speaker. After all public hearings, the council will vote on resolutions and items listed under third reading. On the second and last Mondays of the month, immediately prior to adjournment, anyone may speak on any issue not on the agenda for that date, nor planned for a future agenda. Will the clerk please call the first item of business?
Our first item of business for January 24th, 2022 is our consent agenda, sections 1 and 2.
Is there anyone here that would like to speak on items 1 or 2? Director Carey?
Good afternoon, David Carey with the Planning Department, 555 South 10th Street. Pleased to be here with Andrea Gebhardt as our person to be appointed to the Nebraska Capital Environments Commission. We are very pleased. She comes very highly regarded as well as highly qualified for this position. And I guess I'll just hand it off to Andrea to speak on her own behalf.
Thank you. Andrea Gebhardt, 7915 Dawson Creek Drive. Good afternoon, council members. I wanted to take this opportunity to just explain the person behind the name you see on your paper. My name is Andrea Gebhardt. I am currently the Community Engagement Manager at JEO Consulting Group, which is a local civil engineering, architecture, surveying, and planning firm. And I've been there for about 8 years. My primary role is a planner that specializes in public participation. So I make sure our public is informed, if not involved, in the projects that affect them. I also joke that I'm a translator because I can speak engineer. Thank you. Related to work, I currently serve on the Midwest chapter Board of Directors for the International Association of Public Participation. We are also starting a local Nebraska chapter of that, and I'm involved in that effort. Both my bachelor's degrees and master's degrees are here from UNL. I graduated from the Community and Regional Planning Program in 2013, and since then they've invited me back several times to teach different courses throughout this semester. I'm teaching qualitative techniques for planners. On a more personal note, I'm originally from Sioux Falls, South Dakota. School brought me to Nebraska, and I'm still here because, long story short, I became obsessed with the concept of place and the sense of place that Nebraskans have. Back then, when I decided to go into community and regional planning, I didn't consider myself a Nebraskan. So when I was graduating, I thought I was going off to my next big adventure in the Pacific Northwest, to which my then boyfriend, now husband, said, "What do those places have that Lincoln doesn't?" I didn't have an answer to that. I still don't have an answer. So I became a planner because I was intrigued by sense of place. I stayed in Lincoln because it became my place. And this opportunity is now allowing me to help protect and foster that sense of place, both for the people that live here, that visit here, and have yet to discover Lincoln. So thank you for your time this afternoon. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you so much for your willingness to serve.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
All right, is there anyone else that would like to speak on items 1 or 2? Okay, seeing none, we will go ahead and move on.
We can now vote on these items. Item 1A is reappointing Janet Goodman Banks to the Keno Human Services Advisory Board for a term expiring December 31st, 2024, introduced by Rebuttal.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Councilman Beckius. Any discussion? Seeing none, may you please call the roll?
Raybold? Ward?
Yes.
Schob?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Washington?
Yes.
Beckius?
Yes.
Bowers?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 1B is appointing Andrea Gebhardt to the Nebraska Capital Environments Commission for a term expiring January 9th, 2025, introduced by Raybold.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Councilman McGinnis. Any discussion? Seeing none, may you please call the roll?
Washington?
Yes.
Ward?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Raybold?
Yes.
Beckius?
Yes.
Schob?
Yes.
Bowers?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 1C is approving a professional service agreement supplement number 1 for construction engineering services between the city and Spees Lewis Engineers, Inc. for the 27th and Fairfield and West O Street Bridge project, introduced by Raybold.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Councilwoman Washington. Any discussion? Seeing none, may you please call the roll?
Ward?
Yes.
Beckius?
Yes.
Raybold?
Yes.
Washington?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Schob?
Yes.
Bowers?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 1D is approving the professional services agreement between the City of Lincoln and Felsberg Holt Ulevig for environmental services for the Randolph Street Capitol Parkway to 40th Street Rehabilitation Project, introduced by Raybold.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Councilman Beckius. Any discussion? Seeing none, may you please call the roll?
Beckius?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Raybold?
Yes.
Schob?
Yes.
Ward?
Yes.
Washington?
Yes.
Bowers?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 1E is approving the professional services agreement between the City of Lincoln and Felsberg Holt Ulevig for preliminary engineering services for the Randolph Street Capitol Parkway to 40th Street Rehabilitation Project, introduced by Raybold.
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded by Councilwoman Washington. Any discussion? Seeing none, may you please call the roll?
McGinnis?
Yes.
Ward?
Yes.
Raybold?
Yes.
Washington?
Yes.
Schob?
Yes.
Beckius?
Yes.
Bowers?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 1F is approving a professional services agreement supplement number 1 for environmental services between the City of Lincoln and Olson Inc. for environmental services for the 84th Street and US 6 intersection safety project, introduced by Raybold.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Councilwoman Washington. Any discussion? Seeing none, may you please call the roll?
Ward?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Beckius?
Yes.
Raybold?
Yes.
Schob?
Yes.
Washington?
Yes.
Bowers?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 1G is approving a professional services agreement supplement number 1 for preliminary engineering services between the City of Lincoln and Olson Inc. for the 84th Street and US intersection safety project, introduced by Raybold.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Councilman Beckius. Any discussion? Seeing none, may you please call the roll?
Schob?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Raybold?
Yes.
Ward?
Yes.
Washington?
Yes.
Beckius?
Yes.
Bowers?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 1H is approving the distribution of funds representing interest earnings on short-term investments of idle funds during the month ended November 30th, 2021, introduced by Schob.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Councilwoman Raybold. Any discussion? Seeing none, may you please call the roll?
Washington?
Yes.
Beckius? McGinnis?
Yes.
Schob?
Yes.
Raybold?
Yes.
Ward?
Yes.
Bowers?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. That ends our consent agenda. We will move on to Section 4, Public Hearing Liquor Resolutions. I'll be calling items 4A and 4B together. Application of Imperial Kitchen LLC, doing business as Imperial Kitchen for a Class I liquor license located at 2401 North 48th Street, and the related manager application of Jian Bin Dong. Hello, can you please raise your right hand? And, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth as you verily believe it to be?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming down. Would you like to tell us a little bit about your application?
Okay. No, my name is Jianbin Dong. I live 9514 Keystone Drive, Lincoln, Nebraska 68516. I am a business owner of the Imperial Palace and Imperial Kitchen. For the Imperial Palace, we already have the liquor license that's under my name. We serve many years the alcohol for our customer, more than 15 years. This year, we opened a new restaurant at the 2401 North 48th Street. The name is Imperial Kitchen. We provide the delicious Chinese food for our customer. I also want serve the alcohol for my customer too. So when my customer join the dinner at my restaurant, they can have a bottle of beer or a glass of wine. I hope to better serve the community and provide the more stuff to my customer. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions from the council at this time? Okay, seeing none, thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak on item 4A or 4B? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and move on.
I'll be calling items 4C and 4D together. Application of Chu Management Group LLC doing business as Fox Bar and Grill for a Class C K liquor license located at 1245 Libra Drive, Suite 110, and the related manager application of Kyung H. Chu. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you're, excuse me, that you're about to give the truth as you really believe it to be?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hi, welcome. Would you like to speak about your application a little bit?
Yeah, my name is Kyung Chu. I'm the owner of Chu Management Group, doing business as the Fox Bar and Grill at 1245 Libra Drive. My address is 2720 North 5th Street here in Lincoln. We've been in business for about 8 months. The business there has been there for the last 15. The reason why I'm applying for this special permit is because so we can provide catering. Right now we just have on sale, and I'd like to pursue the off sale for catering purposes.
Sounds great. Are there any questions from the council at this time? Okay, seeing none, thank you so much. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on items 4C or 4D? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and move on.
I'll be calling items 4E and 4F together. Application of De Leon's Taco Rico Inc. doing business as De Leon's Taco Rico for a Class C liquor license located at 2748 South 48th Street and the related manager application of Jose A. Diaz De Leon Jr.
Is there anyone here that would like to speak on this item?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth as you really believe it to be?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Mackenzie Works. I'm the attorney for De Leon's Taco Rico, doing business as De Leon's Taco Rico, and I'm here today on their behalf for their application for a liquor license, as well as the manager application. My client previously submitted 2 separate applications for 2 other locations here in Lincoln, which were approved by this council. This is for the 2748 South 48th Street location, which was just deferred to a later date due to having to get a new lease agreement put in place. So that's the only reason this one was delayed. A little bit about this. The manager application is for Jose A. Diaz De Leon Jr. That is the owner and operator's son. And so he has been operating as a manager for the majority of the locations throughout Lincoln for some time now, and he's the manager applicant. De Leon's, as I'm sure all of you know, has been a fixture here in our Lincoln community for quite some time, and they are applying in the hopes of being able to supply this additional need or want to the community at large. So we're hoping you vote in favor of this application.
Are there any questions for this applicant? I have one. Is this the application that had the distance issue?
No, there are
okay.
2. Yeah, there
Okay.
are 2 other ones that are still with the city planning department at this time.
Perfect, thank you.
Yes.
All right, seeing no other questions from the council members, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on item 4E or 4F? Okay, seeing none.
Mr. Chair, seeing no one else coming forward on these items, I'd like to move approval of items 4A through 4F.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Councilwoman Washington. Any discussion? Seeing none, may I please call the roll?
Beckius.
Yes.
Raybold.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Schob.
Yes.
Washington.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Bowers.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Okay, we'll go ahead and move on.
We move on to section 5, our public hearing resolutions. Item 5A, appeal of special assessment revolving committee recommendation regarding paving district on Humphrey Avenue from North 7th to North 10th Street.
Sorry.
Is there anyone here that would like to speak on this item? Okay. Nay?
Good afternoon. Danae Kelkowski appearing this afternoon on behalf of 1640 LLC. We did send a letter last week withdrawing the appeal on this. Thank you for being patient and giving us extra time. I think we've at least verbally been able to reach agreement with the property owner to the south on trying to get this road just paved privately. So we're going to continue discussions down that road and see if we can't get that put together. So I guess we did, I don't know if you vote to withdraw or what you do, but we're just withdrawing.
We're going to vote to withdraw.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Are there any questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you so much.
Great, thank you.
Is there anyone else here that would like to speak on this item? Okay, seeing none. Councilman Vecchios?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and make a motion to withdraw the motion per the applicant's request.
Second?
Moved and seconded by Councilwoman Raybold. Any discussion? Seeing none, may we please call the roll?
Beckius,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Bowers.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Okay.
Item 5B is special permit 17022A, appeal of Dominion South LLC. James Buell amending the existing community unit plan to permit 835 dwelling units, including 462 multifamily units on approximately 152.26 acres on the property generally located at O Street and North 105th Street.
Okay. Before we get started, here's kind of the structure, since we have a little bit of a packed house, on how we'll do this. The applicant has the ability to speak first, and then city staff will have the ability to speak also if they have information that they would like to share. Then we'll open it up to public comment for folks that would like to provide public comment to the council. Again, it's 5 minutes of testimony. When you hear the buzzer speaks, that means there's about 1 minute left to share a comment. We do ask that you share your name and your address when you come up and speak. After folks in the community have completed providing public comment, the applicant then has the ability to provide a rebuttal to any of the concerns or questions that come up. So we'll have the applicant and the city speak, provide public comment. Once public comment has been completed, the applicant then has the opportunity to respond to the issues that were brought up. Okay, saying all that stuff, we'll start off with Mike Eckert.
Good afternoon. Yes, Mike Eckert with Civil Design Group, 8535 Executive Woods Drive, Suite 200 here in Lincoln. And Chair, I may ask for just a couple extra minutes given the issues that we need to discuss here on the project. So this is a proposed conversion of some single-family homes to multifamily units on the Dominion community unit plan. And I put up a couple different shots here of the entire Dominion community unit plan. There's 2 80-acre sections for a total of 160 acres, 80 acres here to the north, 80 acres here to the south. And so what we're proposing is like I said, a change from some single family to multifamily down here in the southern area. This 80 acres, 160 acres, excuse me, under the R3 zoning would permit over 1,100 residential units. We only planned 465 initially. The change to the multifamily takes us up to 800 and still leaves 300 unused units by density right under the R3 CUP. And so we started working with planning on this project in late 2020 and throughout the year in 2021, trying to decide what the ownership group wanted to do. And when we came forward with the change, no waivers within the density, no change of zone required, planning's been in support. I think then what transpired was we were under the impression, this map might show it a little better, in working with the planning department, that notification was going to be sent to everybody within 250 feet, the normal disclosure area of the area on the community unit plan that was being changed, which is down here. And so, as is standard with our company, we reached out, we got the mailing list and reached out to all those people that live within that area. And as you can see from the aerial, it's actually fairly limited in that most of the Dominion development has taken place up here, come down to 105th and Shorefront Drive, and then there are some homes in the Waterford area. So we sent out a letter explaining what we were doing. There was actually only, I think, 6 or 7 different property owners, other than the owners of Dominion, that were in that notification area. Then when the project was brought forth to the Planning Commission and the notice was sent out to within 250 feet of anybody within the entire Dominion community unit plan, which there's nothing wrong with that, but it just means a lot of people didn't know it was coming from our firm before they got it from planning. And so we were close enough to the hearing, and given that we had planning support and we weren't asking for a change of zone, we were staying within our use density, we went forward with the hearing. Came forward to you with I believe it's a 6-1 vote from the Planning Commission in support of it. And so since then, though, we took the time, slowed the process down, had a Zoom call with the neighbors, kind of talked about the issues, and what I want to cut to the chase on is what we're proposing, and I believe we have a substitute resolution that will come forward covering some of these issues. There's some other issues I want to explain that are covenant agreements between the HOA and the developer, which council won't want to act on, but we're here to discuss that on public record. This is a hypothetical layout we've done for the apartment complex, and what the substitute resolution specifically talks about, what we worked with the neighbors in our December 21st Zoom meeting and got clarification to them over the last month, is that we want to establish, and it's really still hard to see on this exhibit, I apologize, that on the west side of the property and on the north side of the property, we will keep the residential structures set back 100 foot from the property line to provide a better buffer. Our plan at this point is that we will have garages on the perimeter helping to buffer it, but most importantly, that those larger structures are set back farther from the north and farther from the west. Another critical element was that there were proposed connections out of the complex onto 105th and onto 108th. And one of their biggest concerns was traffic. And although we feel that most of the traffic will come and go down to O Street, where new turn lanes have been created and a connection to go to their work and other activities, some are concerned about the traffic to the north. There is an elementary school in Waterford that's now open. And so what we agreed, and planning agreed, was that, and the substitute resolution talks about that we will only take access onto Wayboro Lane. We will not take access onto 105th. And on 108th, our access to 108th has to be within 400 foot of Wayboro. The idea is to keep that traffic flowing south, keep it going towards O Street without too much intervention, at least on 105th in this area and 108th in that area. And so that is what we're proposing in the substitute resolution. The other item that I wanted to speak on of record is a little more complicated for even those of us that do platting, all of the time, is how one of the other agreements that I think was important, I think it was important because when the adjacent landowners discovered that, a preliminary plat could be amended and it could change single family to multifamily, I think there was some worries about, well, how do we know it's not going to continue to go north or west? And so this exhibit shows what will be the next phase of final platting we're going to do in Dominion. The area in black outlines what will be the Dominion 7th edition. The area in green are those single family and townhome lots, which are called single family attached lots, that will be platted to be sold here in a matter of months. And what we're going to do at that time is this outlot C, as it's called on this, outlined in blue. This is the area, if I go back to this sheet, where all of these single family homes are shown to be. And so what we've agreed is to create a covenant on Outlot C that says it must be platted, when it is final platted from an outlot to buildable lots, that they must be single-family or single-family attached homes. And so, again, I'm going on the record today to say that's what we're going to do. I'm going to make sure the developer does it. I've worked with planning, and George Wesselhoff will be the planner that files this final plat. And what George will have is our final plat, and in the other hand, he's going to have the covenants, and he files the plats, and then he files the covenants. So it'll be the next document filed at the Register of Deeds that says that that outlot has to be platted as single-family lots. And again, council can't be part and parcel to that agreement because it's a private agreement, but we're here to represent that publicly, that that's what we're going to do. So it's a lot of information, and there's details underlying all that, so I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay, are there any questions? We'll start with Councilman Beckius.
Thank you. Hey, Mike, could you put the not that exhibit, the other exhibit that you had?
Yes, with the setbacks.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. So, we have in front of us a motion to amend that states that you guys are going to add in a 100-foot setback, and along the north and the west sides, if I believe. Is that correct?
Correct. 100-foot setback for the residential units.
Right.
Garages and drive aisles can still be in the.
Sure, of course. So as I'm looking here, I see a few homes there on the west side, for example. It looks like 2 of them that may be existing today. So walk me through this.
Yep.
I am seeing lots then to the east that are probably, what, in the 120 foot range?
120 foot deep standard.
And then I'm seeing the street,
Notice.
and then I'm seeing 100 feet of setback after the street.
Right.
So ballpark me, Mike, are we talking 250 feet from the backyards of the existing properties to where the apartment building would start?
Yeah, so from the apartment building to this property line for the future Dominion lots, which then back up to the existing Waterford lots.
Sure.
That's 238 feet plus the 120, so about 350, or about over a football field.
And then it looks like it gets a little skinnier as we move south. Is that correct?
Well, actually it gets more because we'll be still setting the setback from the right-of-way, and the right-of-way curves a little more to the east.
Okay.
And so, but yes, that's something we talked about even at the Planning Commission meeting before we agreed to do the 100-foot residential setback, was that as we had shown it, most of those structures are probably about 350 feet from the property line of the Waterford any existing homeowners.
Sure,
that distance
sure.
exists.
And then just so I understand as well, the driveway agreements that we're talking about, I think it was on 108th. We're talking about the 2 drive aisles that come out across from the detention cell?
Right.
Correct? And then what would happen with the northern
This one or this area?
drive aisle up to right there?
That one will go away, right.
Okay, that's what I understood. Just wanted to
Yeah,
confirm.
Yeah, so that's why
Okay.
we put in that we can only access
100
within
feet.
400 feet.
Sure.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you, Mike.
Any further questions for Mike? Councilwoman Raybold?
Thanks for coming down, Mike. Now, with this change, has that been communicated to the neighbors? So from what I understand, it looks like the apartment building will, on the north side, you'll have townhomes all along the north side. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then on the west side, it looks like those are going to be single-family homes. When I say the west of 105th Street, those are going to be single-family homes.
Correct.
And then on the east side, there's nothing built on the east side, but you're proposing it to be platted for townhomes?
We
Or-
are.
Okay.
And you probably bring up a good question based on this map too. And so what I've explained with the neighbors is that we are unsure how big this detention cell is going to have to be, and we might have some shifting in the road. And so we don't know exactly where we would have this outlot for those townhomes. And so I can't create a covenant on that lot due to design uncertainties. But we are, again, at least I will represent that those are going to be single-family attached homes on the east side of 108th from where they will be platted here in the 7th edition down to where we have our detention cell. Planning has made it very clear, though, that they want 108th in for connectivity in the neighborhood. So we just don't have enough design done to covenant that particular portion, and it is far enough away. I think they're not concerned about creep to the east as they were creep to the north and the west.
And so are the neighbors aware that there's going to be townhomes on the north and the west side?
Yes, that's all been
Communicated?
represented in our Zoom calls and communications.
And then, is there one single owner of, could you go back to the pink and the blue and
Yep.
the green? Does that represent one single owner entity for the green, the blue, and the pink? Are there two separate owners or different owners?
They're all the same owner.
Oh, okay.
They're all
Okay.
the same owner.
All the
Yes,
same owner.
essentially. The part in the green will be sold off to individual home builders.
Mhm.
The blue part will wait to be platted until, we have to have some more gravity sewer work down by the apartments. And those will be sold off as single-family lots. And so at the end of the day, the pink part will be retained by the applicant ownership group.
And so basically, you said that the blue part will become, you're going to plat it, you're committed, the owner has stated that that's going to be single-family homes, and perhaps even it's going to be single-family homes all along the west.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. That's a good point, too. What we wanted to do in this portion where we had existing single-family homeowners detached, to do the same thing here and up here. So these are all going to be single-family detached.
And then can you talk a little bit about, I know Councilman Beckius mentioned the setbacks, but talk about screening. What is the screening going to look like? Because you're going to have a setback. It seems like it's pretty far from the actual apartment building, but is there any screening around the perimeter? What is that going to look like?
Well, sure. So basically in that area, I don't know that I can zoom in much more. There is a standard for apartment complexes, a landscape screening requirement to cover 60% of an area. I can't probably recite the exact code, but when we go in for the building permits for the single-family complex, we'll have to comply with the apartment screening standards abutting the street. Anywhere where there's parking lot, there's a increased standards. And that's primarily what that setback area between the garages and the property line will be used for. Then we'll still have our street tree requirements in the right-of-way on that side of the street that would mimic what would be done on the other side for the single family.
And then on the north side, what would that look like?
So the same thing. There will be a same screening requirement between those garages and any parking areas that are exposed that will have to be met per the building code for the multifamily complex.
Thank you. And then just one last question, if I may. There's on the proposed substitute, you talk about access. And so did Councilmember Beckius had you point out that on the south side of the apartment parcel, is there any access from the apartments directly to Wayboro on the south side?
Yes, there's one right here at this point.
Okay.
And there, and depending, Councilman Raybould, how the grades work out, there could likely be another connection here. We're not limited. Planning obviously wants us to make as many connections as possible, but right now we're only showing the one.
And there will be no access to 105th
That's the critical element for
on the
them, that
west side.
along this stretch of roadway, the apartments will not be allowed to have a driveway access connecting to 105th.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Councilwoman Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Eckert, could you explain again the timeline when you started meeting with the neighbors, the first meeting, and then your last meeting that you've held with the neighbors and people affected?
So following the hearing at Planning Commission, then we had a Zoom call with them on December 21st.
And that would have been the first time that they understood the project was coming?
No. So if we back up, they received notification from the planning department because of the area that was of wider notice than it was represented to us that it would be. That's kind of where the break came between them knowing and not knowing and what was going on, because we typically, as I mentioned, we send out a notification prior to all of our submittals at our firm to the neighbors that are in the notification area to say, here's the project, please call us, let's talk about it. And we did that, and there were like 6 or 7 homeowners in the Waterford that were actually the only homeowners, and heard nothing from any of them. So I think us in planning proceeded, and then as soon as the notification went out 2 weeks prior to the planning commission meeting, that's when most of them further to the north and in Waterford and in Sky Ranch Acres all learned, because they did 250 within the perimeter of the larger 160 acres. And so we heard their concerns, we talked with planning. So then our meeting started post-planning commission. Because again, we're not asking for any waivers, we're not asking for a change of zone. This is simply an increase in allowed density and a conversion from single family to multifamily. And so, so then we decided, let's reach out to them. We postponed this hearing, had the meeting with them, went through the holidays, and a couple of the homeowners and I had trouble hooking up, so that's when we delayed it even more a couple weeks ago to get the substitute resolution in place, as well as more details on the covenant and a map that they could then understand. So it was a Zoom call on the 21st, and there's been a group of them that I've kept in communication with that were on that Zoom call, and I assume they've been sharing that with the larger HOAs. So the sequence was kind of, well, not convoluted, but was not typical. If we had known that the notification was going to go out to all those people, we would have notified them in advance. So, yeah.
Was there a meeting as recently as last week?
Yeah, so as of last week, I sent out an email to them clarifying the residential setback, the access point requirements, what the substitution resolution would have, as well as the map showing where the covenants would be applied for single family, attached and detached lots.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Shob?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Eckert, thanks for coming forward. I've got a little bit of more of a higher level procedural question. So normally when we see people come before the council, developers and representatives, they want a zone change or a waiver, something that wants to either change some requirement of the comprehensive plan or change some restriction that would allow them to do more. Which one of those are you asking for?
So we are asking for neither. So we have no waivers to the design standards we're requesting in any of the setbacks or height or anything like that. And again, this is still going to be an R3 zoning district with the density that's left within the community unit plan. And so no waivers, no change of zone. It was basically an amendment to a special permit that had recommendation of approval by the planning department.
So currently, what is the property zoned as? And you gave me a density number in your opening presentation that legally, based on the comprehensive plan, you can currently build how many units based on this zoning?
I'd have to look back on the staff report, but I think it was around 1,150.
And that would be perfectly legal at this time?
Correct.
And your original plan was a little bit shy of that, and now you're bumping the number up just a little.
So yes, the original plan showed, I think it was around 465 single-family homes, but the density allowed was actually the 1,150, and so we're now going to be up into the 800 and change range, but still roughly, I think the staff report noted about 300 units below our maximum density in the R3 zoning.
Okay. Thank you. That's it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman Washington?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Eckert.
Afternoon.
Just a few more questions, and I think I'm going to be a little bit more detailed than my colleague, Councilman Shob, because we've heard from a lot of people in the area, Dominion South and Waterford, and they, of course, have some of the same concerns we hear in a lot of projects. With the increase in density, there's a concern about traffic and parking, and I'd like you to address traffic and parking. There was some concern about storm damage, or storm drainage, sorry, not damage, storm drainage, and I read through what Watershed had said on the application, so I'm not concerned about that. I'm sure the cells will be sized appropriately for that. But could you talk a little bit about parking and traffic, and then could you explain a little bit about the apartment complex itself, like what's the ratio of 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom studios in that, so that there's a better feeling for how many more people?
Sure. So the the traffic, when it comes to apartments, the traffic issue is always the number one question. And I think in my discussions with the planning department, and then particularly with LTU, there was no concerns. There was no request for a traffic study. They understand when these complexes are generally close to the arterial streets, that is, and other traffic studies they've done on similar type apartment complexes, is that is where the majority of that traffic goes. They come down to O Street, they'll use O Street, and that they don't generally have much of a need to go back through the subdivision. But if they do, those streets are designed like all the streets in the city of Lincoln, and 26-foot wide to handle the traffic loads that would be needed for if there were 1,100 residential units here. And so that issue can always be contested. We had exhibits of several other complexes we talked about at Planning Commission that were similar to this, and that, the traffic, two of them in my neighborhood that I live in, was a concern when those were both built, and I've lived through them, and there's really been no effect. So I think the empirical data for a lot of people does show that they go out, they use the arterial streets, they come back into their complex, and that's pretty much their traffic pattern. For parking, these will have to abide by the City of Lincoln parking requirement, which is actually more stringent than most communities. Still require 2 stalls per unit, whether that's a studio, a 1-bedroom, a 2-bedroom, a 3-bedroom. Some other communities like Omaha vary that based on the number of bedrooms. These buildings that we're showing are utilizing underground parking and surface stalls and surface garages. And so we'll have to comply with that. I cannot comment, I do not know on the unit mix, but what I can tell you is that in these underground parking ones that are more what I would call in the suburban area, that there are very few 3-bedroom units. Typically in a 50-unit building, you may only have 4 to 6 3-bedroom units, with the predominance being 1 and 2 bedrooms from the other projects that we work on, the civil design elements, but these buildings are very preliminary, so I don't even know what the unit mix is. But we'll have to, obviously building and safety will make sure that the 2.0, 2 stalls per unit is met with off-street parking in this case, obviously because we won't have the access, but to provide all that internally. And what we have seen doing the civil work for other apartment complexes is it's usually a 2.2 to a 2.3 number of stalls that they prefer to have, so that what they tell me is a lack of parking is the first thing that is going to cause tenants to leave. And so they try to take care of that up front.
All right, thank you very much.
Any other questions before I jump in? Okay, one of the benefits of going last is everyone else asks a lot of the hard questions. One thing that I just want to make sure that I caught correctly, did you say that this is going to have 2 stalls per unit?
Right, so the parking requirement you know what, thank you, James Michael Bauer. I need to double check if it's 1.75. It's 1.75 in R4, but no, this is staying R3, so it's 2.0. Might have to ask David back there. So,
okay,
2.0.
Okay. All right. Any other questions from Mike Eckert at this point? And then, of course, you'll have an opportunity to provide rebuttal, and so council will have another opportunity to ask you questions as things come up.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay. Is there any other city staff that would like to provide information before we go into public comment? Just not sure if Director Carey had anything that he wanted to throw out. Oh, you're okay. Sorry, I was looking at this door instead of that one. Okay, perfect. Okay, then we'll open it up to public comment, and I believe that we'll start with Mr. Robinson.
My name is Orson R. Robinson, Jr. I'm here with my wife, Sue Robinson. We live at 520 North 105th Street. Okay. We previously submitted comments. These were submitted to the Planning Commission on 17 November. And if you've read it, you understand that we placed a down payment on the, as far as we know, what we were told by Nebraska Realty, it was the first down payment on a lot, 19 April 2019, and we purchased the first lot sold on 30 July 2019. And the comments again were filed. We filed a second set of comments then with council packet prior to the previous meeting that was delayed, moved back. And we also sent them to you, Mr. Bowers. Okay. We wanted to understand that everybody understands our position first. We fully understand and appreciate the need to have apartments in communities and the special considerations and challenges they pose from engineering, environmental, safety, and quality of living standpoints. We fully respect the rights of developers to openly and transparently pursue permits to build such complexes. We don't want to live near one. And we certainly don't want to see our home value and quality of life be adversely affected by the bait and switch game that the developers and business partners appear to be playing by initially filing special permit 17022 and then attempting to modify it just 2 years later with 17022A. As I said before, we purchased the first lot in Dominion. What I didn't say is we purchased it under the safety afforded by an approved community unit plan and associated protective covenants, both of which we obtained its pre-purchase marketing information from Nebraska Realty, a business partner of Staraska Lewis LLC, the developers of the subdivision. The documents had both been approved by the Planning Department, Planning Commission beforehand. Together, they provided us with what we thought was very solid assurance that the Dominion would develop into the type of neighborhood we wanted to live in. A neighborhood of high-quality single-family dwellings and one without an apartment complex. But after nearly 100% of buyers had purchased lots and built single-family homes in accordance with the CUP, the developer unleashed a surprise filing of special permit 17022A with very late notification to an absolute minimum of their former customers to slip a more lucrative apartment complex into the neighborhood. Even without questioning the ethical considerations posed by the request, the Planning Committee instead focused its attention on engineering, environmental, and safety concerns, just as it would have for any other routine submission. Zero consideration appears to have been given for the rights and personal wishes of Dominion residents to continue living in the type of subdivision they had initially chosen. One with only single-family attached or single-family detached dwellings. Sadly, the Planning Commission subsequently approved the special permit on a business-as-usual basis over the strong and unanimous objection of Dominion and Waterford residents. Again, all constituents of Northeast District 1. So, apologize for that. Didn't mean to read that when it was in the original communication. We are adamantly opposed to what has happened. We believe the operating methods and systems of the Planning Department, Planning Commission enabled the abuse. We also believe city government should be conducted in full transparency with the highest degree of integrity. Although the developer's submission of the original CUP within special permit 17022 appears on the surface and by itself to have been ethical, we can't help but wonder if their plan was always to return with the apartment plan once the beautiful subdivision had developed around it. If so, the two-permit plan perpetuated a fraud on those of us that purchased property under the false assurance of the initial CUP. We may never know whether the substitution was just a late idea or whether it was planned from the beginning. But what we do know is there is an appearance of impropriety in what the developers and their partners have done, and that the planning department and planning commission either didn't realize it, didn't care, or else ignored it altogether. It is our opinion that the planning department and planning commission systems, structures, membership should be thoroughly investigated and modified to better protect the rights of ordinary citizens. The relationship that seemingly exists between these two important city units, developers and business partners, appears to be too cozy for the overall health of the community. This should be assessed by an independent community group as well. This is the most important one for me. Once filed by developers, approved by the city, and especially after individual properties within a given plan have been sold, community unit plans should be considered unchangeable unless a strong engineering, environmental, safety, or community need develops and warrants otherwise. That did not happen here. The systems of the city should not allow developers to make money by duping or otherwise breaking agreements or understandings with citizens. And although I'm going out on a limb here, and I knew I was when I submitted it, although we are not attorneys, we believe there are significant legal issues involved in the current situation, and that the city attorney should be asked to review both sides of it unless the council acts first to uphold our appeal. So that's the second set of comments. I'm going to speed it up here now. The third set.
I will say that we do have to maintain testimony to 5 minutes per speaker.
I apologize, I am deaf.
Oh, sorry. We do have to maintain public comment just to 5 minutes per speaker, and that's to give everyone an opportunity to share. So if there is...
I believe my predecessor had a lot more than 5 minutes.
So
I'm not trying to take longer, but I'm just saying if I run over a little bit, I hope that you will understand.
Right. So when the applicant comes up, the applicant has the ability to share a lot of information. Okay. So that way everyone has full information. The reason why we keep public comment to 5 minutes is so that way it's consistent across the board for those that are in support and those that are in opposition. And we have to adhere by that. But if you send in your comments, we'll definitely read them. If there's...
Are you saying sit down now?
Well, if you could wrap it up.
Yes. 5 minutes are up.
But I'll tell you what, if you, I'll give you a little bit of time to wrap it up. But
I will wrap it up I'll wrap it up real fast. Okay.
And
this one, and I don't know how to get this on.
He'll turn it on.
It's automatic.
Is it on now?
A moment.
Okay.
All right.
This is the oh boy. This is the 2018 community unit plan only for single and single family dwellings. You can see that. There is a phase plan is the next one. And in this phase plan, 1, 2, 3, 4A are in this. This document is dated 2018. And in the previous session that was had, somebody made a comment. Let's see here. Edgerton asked if phases 1, 2, 3 were completely platted. Henriksen said that the phasing plan and all related to the northern development, but they wanted to make sure that they had the connection to 105 Street. This, I mean, and by the way, it says up here at the top, final approved copy. So there was some type of phasing back there that showed final approved copy with single family homes. Attachment 3 is the last one. That's the apartment complex plan itself. Collectively, the documents prove the highlighted group of partners have been working together all along, and the dates included, blah, 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 and I won't go into that. On my closing documents to our lot was signed by Mark Lewis, the head of the development, right? And after it was signed, we were told we couldn't get a copy of the covenants. We were provided with a draft copy. We can't give them to you. We'll give them to you. They'll be coming to you right afterwards. Here's the letter from the attorney right after this. We represent Dominion South, the developer, blah, blah, blah. So we have a legal firm passing us these. Here are the covenants. The lot owner, you can see where we signed it. I hope this shows up. It's not showing up very well. If I was smart enough to operate it. Use. No lot shall be used other than for residential purposes, which for the purposes of these covenants shall mean a use as a single family dwelling occupied by the persons of one immediate family residing therein. So the covenants were very clear. The amazing thing, this was signed afterwards by Mark Lewis again, the developer. It's also signed by the assistant city attorney. I can't read his name, on August 2019. So the point we want to make is this sure reeks of that there's a bunch of people there with a very cozy relationship, and a bait and switch is in progress right now. Intentional, deliberate, which would be fraudulent. I'm not saying it's fraud. I'm saying the net effect of it is we were sold a lot under one set of circumstances. We built our home. We don't want to live in an apartment. And now here it comes, and we're not, our position is it's simply not fair. Okay.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, and I'm sorry I ran over.
No, that's fine. Are there any questions?
And I've been the good cop. Now the bad cop comes up.
I believe Councilman Shope has a question.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Robinson. Appreciate you coming forward, and like like you might have over-prepared a little bit. We didn't give you enough time, sorry about that. But can you wrap it up in summary? So are you saying that the city did something fraudulent here, or
I'm saying the city.
I'm sorry, you didn't say fraud either. You didn't say that.
Oh, I said it before. If somebody were to sell us a lot that with documentation in place with documentation in place that says it's only going to be for single-family dwellings, when they all along had a plan to substitute later on, I'm saying, and I'm not an attorney, but that sure sounds like a fraudulent representation. I'm not saying the city attorney was involved at all. I'm saying the documents were filed with the city. They approved it, and it included a cup for single-family homes. So how is it later on, why are these documents going to be changed now? And it's say, well, the developer decided that they wanted to do this and make more money. All right, that's one set of considerations. What about the rest of us that bought our property specifically not to have an apartment complex nearby? And yet the Planning Commission didn't consider that at all in their strictly engineering, safety, traffic, you name it. And so we're appealing it to the City Council, and I'm hoping you stand up for our rights and the rights of citizens. Again, I don't think once a cup is approved, I can't understand why the city would come back and say, okay, these guys have changed their mind. They want to do something else without first going to all the people in the subdivision. I'd even take a democratic vote. If the people in the subdivision don't want it at that point and you sold them the lots based on that, you can't change the cup. But whatever system we need to put in place together, I'm saying that it is really needed.
Thank you.
Opinion.
Are there any further questions for Mr. Robinson?
Thank you.
Okay. Seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, councilors. I have quite the frog in my throat. I've been talking a lot this morning about this issue and others. My name is Catherine Dornbos. I live at 701 North 105th Street. You saw me at the meeting 2 weeks ago. I was here asking for you to support the continuation. I also spoke before City Planning Commission. You all have my comments documented, and I'm not actually going to go over those today. I wanted to add some time and some clarity to what Robbie just spoke about and walk you through it in a little bit more detail, because I think it's important and I think it's a little concerning. It was brought to my attention this morning that there were covenants that were promised, restricted covenants for this property, the entire neighborhood, that were drawn up by an Omaha attorney firm. And if I can get the overhead, I can try and start working this, but I may need assistance, that were drawn up by Klein Williams Attorney Group, and they were extended to Robbie and his wife in 2019. And if you read the orange piece there, it says, we've prepared on behalf of Dominion South LLC and the City of Lincoln has signed off on the attached restrictive covenants which we intended to file on the lots within Dominion at Stevens Creek Addition as identified therein. So there was an intention to add covenants to all of Dominion at Stevens Creek. If you actually take a look at these covenants themselves, you can see that they define the current place as basically phase 1 and phase 2 of the development. It did not specifically define in these recitals phase 3 and phase 4, which is where the apartments will lie. However, when you turn into the additions, because there's always something like this in covenants, it actually said, and I think it's important, and I'm going to read all of this, the owner, which in this case is the developer, may add additional contiguous or adjacent real estate to the lots or the commons at any time without the consent of the members of the association. That would be the current neighbors. Addition shall be made by the execution and recordation of restrictive covenants upon the additional real estate, making the additional subject to these restrictive covenants. So it's implying there that any additions to the neighborhood, like phase 3 and phase 4, would be included in these restrictive covenants. And it is the intent of the owner, that is the developer, that the following real estate will be added to these covenants upon subdivision of such real estate into lots for development of residential dwelling units, outlot G and H. And they also define ownership here as single-family homes and townhouses. And if you look at the map of the subdivision at the time, which was approved on November 2018, and you flip forward, and again, you look at a map of the subdivision. I'm so sorry, that's zoomed. Clearly don't use these very often. I'm gonna take a moment to orient you to the map. So this is O Street right here. For all intensive purposes, this black line is approximately where 105th runs. And so this area right here is where those apartments are proposed. And that is outlot H, which in these covenants that were set forth was said to be for future plans for single family homes, and that the developer intended to be subject to these restrictive covenants. And I bring all this up because I really appreciate that Mike worked with the community. But covenant issues are promises, and if they're not actually filed with the city, I don't know what happens to them. And I get the sense that this was promised before to original members of the community. And you can see this, they actually say, we have prepared on behalf of Dominion South LLC and the city of Lincoln has signed off on the attached restrictive covenants.
Can you make that a little more clear? I'm sorry. We'll pause your time. There you go.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're cool. I'm perfect. Thank you so much. Sorry, I just wanted to.
And then if there's any other pieces that you want me to go through again, I'm happy to. This all came out this morning because Robbie found it in his original documents of when he bought the house. And just like Robbie said, I mean, this was signed off by a city attorney, and it appears as there was an intent to have restrictive covenants on the property. When I go into the city planning website and look at this development and the plat, they were never registered. But there was a promise made in writing that they would be. And they defined the residential units as single-family home and townhomes. And I just have really major concerns about that. And I don't know what has happened. I don't want to attach quality to it or fault, but I will just say that for early owners, there was a promise that this neighborhood was going to be single-family and townhome only development. It was recorded, and there was a lot of resources spent on an attorney's group to draw these up. And for whatever reason, they're no longer attached to the property in city records, even though a city attorney filed them or signed off on them and said that they met the standards of the city for covenants. And I'm just curious what happened there. I don't know, and I don't have the answers, and I literally got this information 4 hours ago, so it's a little bit of a miracle I'm able to add all of this for you to see. But I think it should give you pause, because I know you all don't get into the issues of covenants, but I know that once they are like sort of recorded with the city, they're legally binding. And I don't know what happened here. And I worry that maybe it was a promise of covenants that wasn't fulfilled. And in that case, I have real concerns about the promise of covenants today and what that means for our community going forward. And I'm sure that I'm way over time. I'm happy to take questions. I'm happy to provide paper copies of this. I wish I could talk about a lot of other things, but out of respect for time, I will not.
Are there any questions from the council at this time? Councilwoman Raybold?
Thank you for your testimony. I don't have any questions, but I saw City Attorney Tim C. in the background, and I reserve the right to ask Tim C. to come up and certainly address some of the legalities of the covenants filed, because it does seem a little problematic. Yes.
Okay.
Would you like me to step away?
No,
Do you need
he can
copies
just
of
come
it?
to this one right here.
Okay.
Do you want copies made of that?
I wouldn't mind. I can recreate them. That's no problem. You can actually have them all, honestly.
Richard's back there. He can make copies.
Sorry. I know it's a lot.
Mr. Chair,
Yep. Councilman Washington?
I just had a process question. Are we going to hear from others before the city attorney comes forward, or are we going to hear from the city attorney?
Councilwoman Raybould requested that Mr. C come up.
And I certainly respect the decision of the chair if you would like him to hold off until afterwards.
I'll go ahead and allow Mr. C to come up to address this so we can get this question resolved, as long as we don't go too far into other issues. So that way we can save all of our questions and be organized in how we do this with city attorney's time. So Councilwoman Raybould, would you like to?
So I think some of the issues that they raised about once a covenant is filed with the city and signed off by the city attorney's department, what does that mean?
Yeah, let me, Tim C., Assistant City Attorney, 555 South 10th Street. I think we probably need to talk process just a little bit there. First of all, covenants aren't filed with the city. They are recorded with the Register of Deeds so that all property owners who come into possession of the property know about it. It's a way of providing notice to them. As to the city attorney signing off on those, we do sign off on covenants. The purpose of our signing off on those covenants is to make sure that there are provisions in that covenant that allow us as a city to come in and maintain outlots if the property owners don't do it. It doesn't mean that we're taking on the responsibility to come in and enforce those covenants with respect to the obligations of private lot owners, with respect to how they build their properties or what the uses are. The city's use, the city's control, the city's guidelines as to use come through the community unit plan, the planned unit development, whatever the zoning tool might be that brings us there. The restrictive covenants are put in place as an agreement between the private parties. And yes, that was my signature that was shown earlier today. I have no problem with that. The process is we review those to make sure that if someone's not maintaining the outlots, which might be for detention purposes, might be for just common areas for people to use them for their own enjoyment, if they're not being maintained, then we would come in and we want to make sure we have the ability as a city to come in and mow them or take care of the detention areas or whatever the case might be, and then to charge the property owners for the cost of doing that maintenance. But that's our sole role in signing off on those covenants.
I appreciate the clarification. I guess my question is whether these are even registered with the Register of Deeds, because if they are, what is the next step?
And I believe Councilwoman Washington had her hand raised, and then we'll do Councilman Shope.
I just had one follow-up question on the same area. Mr. C., thank you for clarifying the role for the city attorney. But when they're filed with the deed, what weight do they have as recorded with the deed? How weighty are the covenants?
Well, the covenants are a private agreement. They're an agreement by the property owner to restrict the uses to certain uses. But keep in mind that they are limited to the properties against which they are recorded. So it's not a covenant against every property in the city. I mean, for example, the one covenant I saw, and I think I saw a legal description earlier, but we'll zoom out a little bit here. So the one set of covenants that I've seen out here, and there may be more, but the one I saw applied to these properties here to the north. They applied to the private lots and the outlots. There's two outlots here. The apartments that we're talking about exist approximately south of here. This is Boathouse Road, and then it comes up and goes across there.
I understand. There was also a provision number 27 and under the covenants that said the intention of outlots G and H was to be under that restricted covenant as well.
I'm only addressing the fact that the property is intended to restrict and only does restrict, in fact, the properties against which it's recorded. So with that in mind, I'll take any other questions.
Right. Councilman Shob, okay. All right, thank you so much, Mr. C.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions? I would be interested to hear your response to what Mr. C said.
Yeah, I think I am not a legal person. I do not have a Juris Doctorate. I have a different type of doctorate, not a Juris Doctorate. I have no legal sense at all, other than what I see it outlined as is they legally define certain parcels, a very small area in Dominion's Creek. And then there is like an addition or a bullet point number 27 in those covenants that talks about additions to the neighborhood. And the language of it says that the intention of the developer owner is that those restrictive covenants would also apply to the greater neighborhood. And it actually calls out outlot G and H, both of which are what is presently proposed to become apartments. And so there's a little bit of a inconsistency there to me about the intention, and it seems as though the intention has changed about what that property will be, but that it was actually spoken to in these very early covenants about the community. I don't know if that seems clear as mud, I'm sure, but.
No, I want to say, yeah, I am, this weekend when I went driving on the neighborhood, I really appreciated, you taking the time, because I think that you provide a really unique sense, coming from a planning commission and coming from a background. You do have an expertise that I really respect, and I really admire the organizing that you've done behind this. And it's clear that the neighborhood views you as a community and as a community leader.
I appreciate all of your time. I know that many of you have engaged with constituents in this neighborhood and residents, and I really appreciate that. I really admire that as well, and I just appreciate elected officials being out in the community. So thank you all for listening to us. And I've taken up, I'm sure, plenty of time. I think there's many other people that want to speak.
Perfect. Thank you so
we'll
much.
Make way for them.
Okay, and we'll invite the next person up. Again, please state your name and your address. We are going to honor the 5-minute time limit. The first bell that we'll hear means that you have 1 minute left. The reason why we have the 5-minute timer is to be respectful of everyone's time. Council will have an opportunity to ask questions of folks if you would like to take questions. All right, I'll go ahead and turn it over to you.
Yes, my name is Claire Morris Ecker. I live at 461 North 104th Street. That is on the corner of 104th Street and Shorefront Drive. That's in Waterford Estates. I am late to the party. We were not notified. The only reason I was notified was because I live across the street from Dominion at Stevens Creek, and actually Catherine put a flyer under my doormat. And then it became my mission too, because and I'm nervous, it's an adjacent community to Waterford, and I have a vested interest in it also. I also had a 35-year career in the mortgage lending industry. I've read CNRs for my career. They are tied to the property. They are written in a format that is standard. It will list the lots that are covered by those CCNRs, and those are governed for those lots in the community that they represent. So I believe what we've heard today is accurate. Whether they were filed or not is beside the point. The intent of it was to keep this as single-family lots. And that was my intention, my understanding when I moved in also. I'm here to oppose it. I'm asking for a no vote based on the concerns that you have received. If you need additional information, then please continue this further to have all representations put in writing. There's a lot of unanswered questions that we still don't know. There's so much confusion. Already the density has changed from 55 units per building to 66 units per building. It's kind of a moving target. I was not in on some of the discussions because it was primarily directed at Dominion at Stevens Creek, but I've had a vested interest and kept in touch with a lot of the information. Waterford Estates is beautiful. It's new construction. It was built in Northeast Lincoln. I was born and raised in Northeast Lincoln. I graduated from Lincoln Northeast High School in 1968. I graduated from Nebraska in 1972. I moved away and had a career in the mortgage business in Fort Lauderdale and Miami, and then in Phoenix for 35 years. I understand about growth. I understand about density, but I also understand about careful planning. And this is not the place to put this project. I understand about affordable housing. We need affordable housing. We need additional housing in Northeast Lincoln. But to tag it on to this community up against Dominion at Stevens Creek, 1 block away from Waterford Estates, is not the right project. This is not the right time. It's not right now. I'm not saying not ever, but as presented, it is not the right project. So initially, I want a no vote or a continuance. If you approve it subject to conditions or changes, that is not an approval. In my career, that is not an approval. You needed to continue it or suspend the decision until you have all the facts in writing. And at very best, I ask for that based on the additional information that was received today about the covenants. I think we have a serious issue in addition to all my concerns that I've voiced to you in writing. I don't really want to go over them. It's just I'm worried about what this will happen to Waterford Estates. We have the lakes. We have the walking trails. It's a walkable community. You have children playing in the streets. You have people going to the lake with their kayaks in the summer. They ride their bikes with their fishing poles down Shorefront Drive. And 105th and O Street was just put through. It's a roundabout. All that traffic is supposed to be directed into the apartment complex, but because of that roundabout, they'll come down Shorefront, they'll loop around to try and get to the new elementary school because there's no direct access on that part of Waterford or that part of Dominion Springs. You've got to, or Stevens Creek, I'm sorry. You have to wind through all these neighborhood streets to get to the elementary school. So I'm concerned about traffic. I'm concerned about additional, perhaps overuse of our amenities that we pay for. I know my time, I heard my buzzers, and so I just want to say that I appreciate your time that you've taken to come and visit our community. The one thing that I want to mention about this project, it's built on a ridge line. So you are looking at a flat map, but when you come out to the property, the apartments are up here. We're all down here towards the lake. So if they talk about a buffer or whatever, you're going to see apartments up on this hill, and we're going to see them out our front door. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions? Councilwoman
Yes.
Raybold?
Thank you very much for coming down. Ms. Morris-Ecker, could you tell me, after you've read all the covenants and your background and experience, is the language very clear to you, the intent for all the lots?
Exactly. It tells you what color fence you can paint your fence. It tells you where to put the fence. It tells you can't have satellite dishes or flagpoles. It tells you what color to paint your house. It is tied to the community as an attempt to keep that community beautiful, so as not to leave your trash cans out overnight. Things like that. It's very serious. And anything you had to do to your house, you had to make sure it met the covenants. That was first and foremost. Otherwise, you would have to request a variance through the governing board of your HOA. So it is very serious, and that's how we keep our neighborhoods beautiful. I hope I've answered your question.
Yes, you have. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions? Councilwoman Washington?
I have one other question for you. Thanks so much for coming down, Ms. Morris-Eckert. In your letter and in a few other letters, I read about Waterford Estates amenities, and so I am curious. I mean, I've driven around. I went to the ribbon cutting for the new elementary school. I got good and lost, winding. But could you tell me, how do you manage? How does Waterford Estates now manage use of the lakes? Those are private lakes?
It is a private lake. We pay homeowners association dues for the use and enjoyment of that lake. I don't back up to the lake. They have boating access with their boat docks, and they pay a higher HOA fee. But there is a not public access, for other residents of Waterford Estates. There is the boat dock when you first come in on Boathouse. And that's where the children go to fish. They put their floaties out and you see them out there in the lake. And I'm worried with the new construction that's being built with this multifamily that they're gonna think, oh great, that goes with, I can just ride down to that lake and use it. And truly they are not allowed to, but how are we gonna stop them? There's signs up that says, this is for the use and enjoyment of the residents of Waterford Estates. How we control it, it's still in control of the developer. Once the developer turns it over to be managed by the homeowners association, perhaps we'll hire your neighborhood person that goes around and asks, to check your driver's license or your children's, where do you live? Ask them. And if it's not a Waterford Estates address, they shouldn't be fishing in the lake. So it's with our covenants that we have in Waterford Estates, that's for our use and enjoyment.
Thank you very much.
And I would like to mention quickly, I know I'm over time, the new trail is going through Waterford Estates, and it's going to hook up, and I just moved back here 2 years ago, so I'm not familiar with all of the names, but we're going to have a Parks and Rec trail go along Boathouse, come in 98th Street, go along Boathouse, come up Shorefront Drive, and then go along the lake behind the homes that are on Waterside Way, go all the way through Waterford Development, I believe come out somewhere on Holdridge Street. So we will have that as public access for everyone in the city or whoever wants to enjoy it. So.
Any further questions? Okay. Thank you so much for coming down.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there someone else?
All right, good afternoon. My name is Ward Greisen. I live at 10501 O Street. So I'm actually just south of the Stevens Creek development there, Dominion development, live on the other side of O Street. So I'm here to talk in opposition to the special permit. And I really want to touch on three things: the impact, the need, and really the transparency, which has been actually talked about quite a bit here. But I've got a statement here I'll read, and then I'll turn it in as well, so it can be part of record here. But traffic through the area is going to be a problem. And I know a lot of people reference O Street and thinking, well, that's the solution. We'll just dump more cars onto O Street. As somebody that's lived along O Street for quite a while, O Street is, quite honestly, quite busy, particularly in the mornings. I've seen traffic backed up all the way from 84th to 98th Street. As people try to go whichever way off of 84th Street. And so it is a problem even now. Neighborhood aesthetics is also a concern. Somebody talked about it, but you're going to put the tallest buildings in that neighborhood on the highest elevation in the entire neighborhood. It is going to be the main focal point of cars coming in and out of that neighborhood, as well as people going by the neighborhood. Certainly, I think that's going to be a problem. And ultimately, it's not good for home values. And my home value as well as everybody else's in the neighborhood. Need. So I've read through the Lincoln Planning Department summary report, and I could not find any statement, document, or study that really highlighted the need or even implied a need for this apartment complex. I did my own research. I looked at a 1.5 mile radius off of 84th at O Street. And just through my own little looking around, I found 12 apartment complexes that are already in that radius. There's another 2 that are under construction. I'm told there's another one in the planning stage, and that doesn't include this one. It doesn't also include the dorms that Southeast Community College is also planning on putting in, from my knowledge or from what I hear. So we've got an abundance amount of apartment complexes within a really small area on the east side of Lincoln there. I don't know that we need another one, particularly smashed into a neighborhood that's already developed and such. Transparency. With the lack of any true need, I question the motives behind this. I can appreciate any developer's desire to maximize profits. I certainly would want that as a developer myself, right? But it shouldn't come at the expense of others, either through deception or lack of transparency. And that's truly what I feel has gone on there. I've lived at my place for 10 years. I actually sat in on some of the initial development meetings when they were planning the whole neighborhood, when it was a cornfield at the time. And there was a lot of people at those meetings as well that was very opposed to the development in general, even single-family homes. However, I realized the city was going to grow. I've moved around, lived around the country as well, and I understand growth. And a development of single-family homes seemed like, you know, something that was reasonable to me, and I didn't oppose it at the time. However, now that, you know, we're, you know, 3-4 years later from that, we've got a change coming on, and it just feels like that change was always known from the very get-go. You know, I actually sent Mike Eckert emails requesting information on this thing. I've never received a reply. I asked about, you know, any informational meetings that were going to be taking place to be a part of that. I never got a reply. And then obviously I found out and heard today that Zoom meetings and such, you know, did occur. Now again, I don't know if I was left off because I live on the wrong side of the road or not, but it's just troublesome that I couldn't even get a reply that says, hey, you know, you're outside of this, you know, required area and we're not going to communicate with you, which is a little bit disheartening. So really, you know, again, I guess I'll close. You know, the impact is significant. You know, the need, I don't see it. And the transparency is questionable at best. And it's for those 3 reasons I just really firmly oppose this, and I hope you will as well. But at the very least, I want to thank you for your time and your consideration of my comments as well. So,
Thank you so much. Are there any questions? Thank you so much for coming down.
I don't know if you want a copy of this that you can put in the record, but thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
Okay. Who would like to come up next?
Hi there. My name is Chris Boyk. I live at 10032 Crystal Water Bay, so a little bit in the Waterford area, not necessarily right at 105th and O. But I have a few very brief points. The first one is when we had the Zoom call with Mike, I asked specifically about the ownership of the land, the 160 acres. And it feels like there's some numbers games being played here because the 160 acres is set up for about 400 housing units today. This changes it to about 800. And what Mike will say is, yes, but we are allowed up to 1,100. So this is okay. We're going from 400 over 160 acres to 800, but we could have up to 1,100. But when we asked about the ownership of this, he said the north 80 acres is owned by this group and the south 80 is owned by this group. So if these are 2 legal entities, that would put them over the density limits for that area that's going to have now a 500 unit apartment building plus the additional houses. So I would just say, like, that's something that we should look into and say, are we truly looking at 160 acres or are we looking at just 80 for that density, which would drive it over? That gets to my second point, which is when you look at the drawings, I would say we're taking and we're not redeveloping 160 acres. We're redeveloping 30 acres on the very southern edge, and we're cramming in a 500 unit apartment building on that 30 acres. And I would just say, like, council people, like, look at the drawing of this. This is a beautiful neighborhood with a beautiful lake, you know, nice areas. And we're taking a square and we're going to put 7 big apartment buildings with parking lots and garages and 0 green space in there. And I would say, like, we should have higher expectations for our developers. If you want us to change this conditional use permit, let's go back to the developers and say, hey, we're all for growth. We're all for density, but let's do it the right way. Let's have a park put in there so that the 400 housing units that are crammed into this have some amenities other than the parking lots and the garages that Mike talked about. Next, I'll go to what the gentleman right before me talked about, which is I would say as a resident of the area, I would like more of a comprehensive traffic plan for the area before we put this kind of density in. And I'll highlight 3 things in particular. 98th Street is not connected between O Street and A Street. It's that one section, and if you look at the map of Lincoln, it's like a perfect grid in these beautiful corridors, and then you have this one section next to the golf course there that is just not there. Like, if we're going to put this kind of density out there, we should connect that. 98th Street is not paved north of Holdridge. You know, so when you think about that, like the gentleman before me said, you're gonna have all of these cars all funnel into A, which backs up every morning. And, you know, that's how people are gonna get to the rest of Lincoln. The last thing I'll say is what I've found most disappointing in the one Zoom call we had, and even in the answers that Mike gave today, is that during that Zoom call, he said, this is a 2022 project. We're gonna build these 500 units in 2022. But when any specific gets asked, how many 3 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, 1 bedrooms, we don't know yet. What is the outside gonna look like? What is the construction material? We don't know yet. How many parking spaces are there going to be per unit? We don't know yet. Why are there no elevation drawings? Why are there no pictures? Why can we not see what this is going to look like from O Street, from 105th, so that we can visualize what this is gonna be, especially for the neighbors who are here, you know, whose houses may be facing that. We don't have those, we don't know yet. And I stand here and say, like, you're representing developers who are potentially putting in tens of millions of dollars, and they haven't thought this through to know how many of each unit they're going to have or any of that. I feel like there's intentional opaqueness being put out here in front of the council. With that, I'll be done.
Are there any questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you so much for coming down.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to provide comment?
Good afternoon. Thank you for coming to visit the neighborhood, for those of you that did. My name is Meredith Ruby, and I live at 1424 North 104th Street, which is in Waterford Estates. So I'm sure a lot of people would say, you are not right next to this, like it's not going to impact you, what do you care about it? The map that shows the Wayboro Lane or Wayboro Road to the south that has the roundabout, or I've seen it called something else because someone said it's not a true roundabout, that connects right to the roads that wiggle through 104th. And being on the end of that neighborhood, basically I'm pretty much 104th and Holdridge, people are going to use that to get out of the neighborhood to go north. Like the gentleman and several people have said, O Street backs up hugely. I work at approximately 84th and O, so I do take O Street every day. And there are days that I sit through multiple lights to get through the light at SCC, and then a couple of lights to get through the 84th Street light. So I really think that people will, if they want to go north through the city, they're going to defer to going through the neighborhood. So I am concerned about traffic. I also would like to support my neighbors in, you know, I know that we can build apartments. I don't know that it means that we need apartments. Within 4 miles of my address, there are 20 apartment buildings. And that doesn't include the ones that are under construction on Holdridge, just east of 84th Street. It's a road name, not a number street, where that roundabout that just went in is, but there are apartment buildings under construction there. And then there are apartments under construction on 84th Street, right next to the Hy-Vee, that's at about 84th and Holdridge. I would certainly never say apartments are a bad thing. My dad is a landlord, and I grew up painting apartments every summer of my life. I am very good at painting. I don't like to do it. But we do, you know, we do need apartments, and we need townhomes, and we need single-family homes. You know, not everybody wants to live in the same type of building. You know, there are a lot of people that like an apartment because they don't have to paint, they don't have to do the yard, they don't have to, you know, they don't have a lot of things they have to do that homeowners do. And so we do need different types of things in the community. But as one of the people in front of me said, if you drive that, it's way up here. And even if they plant bushes to block the garages that are on the edges, that's not going to do anything for the noise that it contributes to the neighborhood. or any of those things that, you know, a large bush can't block. And then I would also like to add, my niece and her husband just purchased a lot on 107th Street, which I'm hugely excited to have learned that last month because they're in walking distance to my house now. But they have no idea. So they are still selling lots in Dominion, and people are making purchases based on the fact that they think that it's going to be fully single family or townhomes that are around them, and people don't know this. She didn't learn about it until I told her, and I learned from a Facebook group for Waterford Estates people. So I just want to reiterate, I emailed the council pocket email address and Councilman Bowers that I am a firm no, and I really hope that you will take everything into consideration and be a no as well.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you so much.
Good afternoon, council members and Chairman Bowers. I appreciate your time. My name is Larry Putney. I live at 725 Waterside Way, 68527. I think you've heard many of the reasons that those who live in Waterford Estates as well as Dominion are opposed to this. I thought maybe I would just tell you a personal story. And it's interesting to hear Robbie was one of the first to buy a lot. I might have been one of the last to buy a lot in Dominion. My wife and I, 3 years ago, started the process of deciding where we wanted to live when we retired. And we looked at every neighborhood in Lincoln. We debated rebuilds. We looked at some of the neighborhoods where we'd have to do some significant remodeling, and we found this really nice lake lot in Dominion Estates. And so we purchased the lot right away because we knew it wasn't going to be around long. But we did a lot of due diligence after that. We looked at the cup. We identified what was going to be in the area, what we wanted to build. Did it fit the neighborhood? Was it going to be a good fit? We went so far as to have legal documents drawn up to switch from Dominion to Waterford Estates because part of our property abutted the lake. And so we did significant due diligence here, and after 2 years of waiting with that lot, finally decided this is the right place to build with the full understanding of the CUP that was approved by the council in April of 2018. So imagine what it's like to spend a year building a house. You get that house built, and literally 9 days after moving into the house, you find out that what was going to be a 77-unit single facility is now going to be 600 or 462, 6 times what you imagined, and your property is the doorway between that apartment complex and the new elementary. So I appreciate the work that Mike Eckert has done in showing us that it's all going to go south to Wayboro Lane to 105th, but what's going to happen is they're going to come out Wayboro, they're going to take a right, and they're going to go right up 105th, either going to 104th right by our house, and that's the primary traffic path. They're not going to go out to O and go around. So to me, a covenant it's a promise. It's a promise to what I decided when I built that house, when I bought that lot, what I was going to build, and I just feel like those promises are now not being upheld. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Are there any questions at this time? Councilman Washington, did you have one?
No, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Lee Searcy. I live at 10501 Shorefront Drive. So our house is about 1,000 feet or so north of the proposed apartment complex. And I was not made aware at the time we purchased our home in April of 2021 that apartment complex was going to go there. So I feel a little, maybe we weren't made aware of that, either unknowingly or knowingly, I'm not sure, but to the best of our knowledge, that was not made, we were not made aware of that, so I feel it's a little bit of a bait and switch. I don't know if that was intentional or not. That's just from my perception based on what we were told by realtors and builders that was coming in. So I encourage the council members to vote no on this because of that. And Mike had mentioned at a previous planning meeting that they have done similar projects like this all across Lincoln. So there should be some data from that showing how those apartment complexes affected those communities. What I mean is maybe on home values or traffic accidents or traffic in general. I would encourage the council members, if they are going to move forward with this, maybe to gather that information and gather that data, because we've been told that this is good. Okay, well, what data are you using to make that assumption that this is good? If you're in sales, like I have been in the past, I propose to my customers, going with me is a good deal because of this, 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 and this. So what I'd like to see from the developer is showing us maybe 6 or 7 other building projects like this and say, this is what it's done for the community, and this is the good that it's done from this community. We've heard that you've heard the saying, just because it's legal doesn't mean it's right. And I feel that in this case, we weren't notified about it because we were more than 250 feet away from the proposed project. If that's something that is legal for the city, maybe they need to consider expanding that out to maybe 1,000 feet or 1,500 feet. Because I think that if homeowners further out would have been known about this before they made a purchase, they may have changed their purchasing decision. So maybe that's something that they need to consider in the future. I've always been told that before you complain about something, you need to also provide a solution. Okay? So my solution is maybe, since this wasn't in the plan initially, maybe we need to consider putting the apartment complexes maybe on 112th Street and O. Or previous people have said about these other apartment complexes that have just been built or being built, maybe make them bigger. Or downtown is kind of known for having lots of apartments. Maybe any proposed apartment complexes in the future need to be taller. So just ideas. I'm a simple man. I grew up on the farm. I don't know a lot about all the details on this stuff, but I just think providing some sort of solution for you is better than just complaining about it. So I think that's all I have.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions from the council?
Thank you.
Okay, seeing none, thank you so much. Is there anyone else that would like to provide comment?
Hi, my name is Mike Anderson. I live at 531 North 105th Street. My wife and I, as the other gentleman, are trying to gear down towards retirement. We lived on acreages for the last 30 years, haven't had any neighbors. We were worried enough about having a bad neighbor. You know, it's hard not having any neighbors. To have some 5 feet away now. I had no idea there was going to be apartments built in this area. I would have chosen another area. Nothing against apartments, but this, in my opinion, has been in the plans from the get-go. It's a lot easier to get people to move into apartments with a beautiful subdivision next door than it is to get people to move into a beautiful subdivision with apartments next door. They're getting the only benefit out of this, the developer and the apartments. They get the beauty of the lake, the nice lawns, the houses that range from $400,000 to over $1 million that are gonna go down in value with this apartment complex, less than 2 blocks from my home. We get nothing out of the deal. Absolutely nothing. There's been accidents on 84th and Holdridge. If you watch the news here lately, multiple accidents daily because of the increased traffic. We have an apartment complex going right up on Holdridge Street, which is going to create more traffic there. My wife works at Southeast Community College. They're building their own dorms. So I don't think that, you know, students necessarily are going to be drawn to these apartments. It's not needed for that. As homeowners, I don't think I've heard anybody that came up and spoke, besides Mr. Eckert, that is in favor of this. I'm asking you guys to protect us. This is our biggest investment that we have, is our homes. And we have covenants, nobody to enforce them evidently. I'm asking you guys to enforce them for us, or help us make the developer agree to his promise. There's no one to protect us but you guys, the homeowners. And there's no one that I've talked to. I know a lot of people can't take off work. I shouldn't be here to come and complain, but I guarantee you that everybody that knew about this would be here talking the same way I am. So I respect you guys for coming out and at least looking at the development. The Planning Commission gave it a rubber stamp, short of one person. That person is a realtor and had a conscience and was guilty about selling homes, and nobody knew about these apartments. That was the one lone no vote. But nobody from the Planning Commission even drove out there, looked at the roads, looked at anything. It was just a yes. So I beg of you guys to protect us homeowners by voting no. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to provide comment?
Good afternoon. I'm Michelle Smith. My husband and I live at 427 North 104th Street, which is in Waterford Estates. And I had the opportunity to provide information to the planning region by email, and then I spoke, planning committee, commission. I spoke at that meeting in November, and then I also sent you an email Friday. And so I wanted to go last because I feel that I've had a chance to be heard, but there were a few things I needed to add today, not to cover any of that information. I know you have that, and I do appreciate you driving through the community, the neighborhood, very much. The first thing is you asked about Zoom calls, and there was quite a conversation about Zoom calls. I was not part of any Zoom call. I didn't know anything about a Zoom call. I don't know what the format was for inviting or contacting people. We do have a Facebook group of concerned people in the area who oppose this, and there are 106 households on that Facebook group. The gentleman before me said, you know, we can't all be here at 3 o'clock on a Monday, but 10% of us are here in person during a pandemic, fully vaccinated and boosted. But to say this really is something that we strongly, strongly oppose, and we want you to see our face and to know about our concern. And the last thing that I want to say is in response to the map that Mr. Eckert showed earlier. And at the Planning Commission in November, there was quite a bit of talk about this very small, they admitted it was an insufficient roundabout at that time, that it was, no, I'm sorry, that might be the one that's farther north. I don't want to misspeak. I think the one that's there is the right outside of the proposed apartment complex. I think that must be remaining as it is. I didn't see any change in the formal changes that he proposed. So I assume what's there now, which is very small, will be what remains to funnel traffic. And if people come out of the apartment building onto that little access road that could go to O, they'll need to jump on that little roundabout, and the first turn will be north on 105th toward the elementary school, if that's where they're going, or anywhere else north. Going to O would not be the first turn through the roundabout. So I just wanted to highlight that I don't see any change in that proposal in terms of the traffic that leaves the apartment building. That's all that I have. Thank you for your time.
Are there any questions at this time? Okay, thank you so much. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this item?
Good afternoon. My name is Brandon Lee. I live at 834 North 105th Street in Dominion at Stevens Creek. I'm in opposition of SP 17022A to amend Dominion at Stevens Creek. While driving around one day, and I'm kind of just going to tell a little story here, I guess. While driving around one day in March of 2020, I stumbled across a dirt road that led me to some lots in Dominion at Stevens Creek. I reached out to our builder to find more out about these lots. After looking at the CUP site and phase plans for Dominion at Stevens Creek, as approved originally on April 21st, 2018, my wife and I knew this is where we wanted to build. We valued it was a newer build in a neighborhood that was composed entirely of single family and townhomes with no mention of an apartment complex. We put a $3,000 down payment to purchase our lot in April of 2020. We were the sixth to purchase a lot in the third edition of Dominion at Stevens Creek. No apartments, outskirts of town, quiet community, and a school that our children could attend in the future. It was too good to be true. On November 9th, 2021, we received a letter in the mail with devastating news. It was notice of the proposition for the removal of 77 single-family and townhome lots in addition up to 462 multifamily dwellings. The date on the letter was November 5th, 2021. The public hearing for this application was November 17th, just 8 days from the date which we received the letter. On such short notice, my wife and I were unable to attend. I later learned the developer was only required to send notification to houses within 250 feet of the apartment complex. At the time, there were very few houses within 250 feet of the proposed apartment complex. I do not understand how a proposal to build an apartment complex in an already established HOA was not required to be sent to all residents living in that HOA. It affects all members within that HOA. The proposed apartment complex is also right next to the Waterford Estates HOA. I believe those living in Waterford had to find out about the proposed complex by word of mouth. A fellow neighbor in Dominion at Stevens Creek spoke to the HOA management company after learning of the proposed apartment complex. The HOA management company stated that they had only been recently notified of the proposed amendment to the CUP. This neighbor inquired about the possibility of calling a special HOA meeting to discuss the proposed apartments complex, and the HOA management company stated they could not accommodate such a meeting until late December, a time at which the Planning Commission and City Council have already made a final decision. I would lastly like to identify the 9 apartment complexes located east of 84th Street from O Street to Fremont. 3 of them are in the construction phase of being built. One is Northern Lights Apartments, currently being built by a Hy-Vee on 84th and Holdridge, 180 dwelling units. The Timberland Apartments by the Watering Hole on 84th and Holdridge, which is 4 complexes. Sunridge Apartments by Coles on 84th and Vine is 5 complexes. Lexington Ridge Apartments by the Pizza Ranch on 84th and Layton is 216 dwelling units. Appleton Apartments by KFC on 84th and Layton is 297 dwelling units. The Villas at Mahoney Park by Walmart on 84th and Fremont is 30 complexes. The Flats at Shadow Creek by Southeast Community College on 90th and O is 4 complexes. The 8801 currently being built on 90th and Holdridge is 478 dwelling units. And Stevens Creek Villas, currently being built on 95th and Adams, is 77 dwelling units. Had the proposed apartment complex been more transparent to those building and living in Dominion at Stevens Creek, I do not think it would have been met with such resistance. However, when you change the plans after people have spent money, time, and effort building their dream homes, it feels like bait and switch. Just because you can put an apartment complex in a quiet, friendly community does not mean you should. Please think about those living in our apartment neighborhood when you make a decision.
Thank you so much. Is there any questions? Okay, thank you so much. Is there anyone else that would like to provide comment?
Hello, everyone. My name is Kristen Anderson. I live at 9920 Shorefront Drive, and I'm so upset I didn't see you guys when you drove through. You should have stopped by. I would have been happy to show you around. And just so you know, I live on the corner of Boathouse Drive, right where the boat dock is. It's crazy busy, but I'm not here to talk about that. That's a private HOA issue. My question, and I'm speaking in opposition, and I hate to speak in opposition to progress because we need more housing in Lincoln. However, my concern is infrastructure and the traffic. O Street is already super, super busy in the morning. If I come down here twice a day, and it takes forever to get just past 84th and O. From about 40th and O on, can get down here like that. It's 84th and O. That's the main traffic congestion. If we add more apartments, it's going to get worse. So my only question is, do we have the infrastructure for the added cars? Because we have so many new builds out there. That's great, but we just need to be able to keep up with them all. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Any questions?
Are there any questions? No? Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to provide comment? Okay. Claire, actually, I had a question for you. I was going to send you an email, but since you're here, can I ask you a quick question? Sorry. This is kind of out of order but I just had a quick question that was kind of weighing on my mind. You said you live right across it'll be like right in your backyard, correct?
So, when you come off of O Street, the new roundabout there is at 105th. Okay, Wayboro Lane and the apartments are going to be over here, but when you go around, be 3/4 of the way, and you go down 105th, it turns into 104th, and I'm at the end of the street on the left. So across the street is a $1.2 million home. Around the corner is a $1.4 million home. Across the street from me along 104th Street is Dominion at Stevens Creek.
Okay, thank you. I just needed help kind of visualizing in my head.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay. Anyone else like to provide any public comment? Okay. We are at the 2-hour mark, so we will take a 10-minute recess, and we'll come back at 5:10. We'll stand in recess until then. Back in session. We just had a public hearing on item 5B. We had public hearing. 5B, yep. So now we have rebuttal. I would like to invite Mike Eckert up to be able to address the concerns of the neighborhoods and kind of provide any information.
So we'll, I think a couple various things we want to start with, but first of all, we'll start with the discussion about the restrictive covenants. And I went back and got on a computer to check what was outlot G. There's some confusion, I think, a lot of times when outlots shown on a preliminary plat are different than the outlots that are shown in the way they're numbered and lettered on a final plat. And what appears to be the case is that in that addition, outlot G was actually the outlot of what would be a portion of 7th edition, okay? And so they represented in those covenants that that outlot would be single-family lots, and they are doing that because that is what was shown on the previous map as future single-family that will be platted in 7th edition. Now, with that said, so what it appears, and I apologize, I wasn't aware of this. The only documentation I have is what I viewed back there on a computer, is that outlot G encompassed a portion of the green area here when these lots were platted, is that was outlot G that was warranted to be single family. Now, with that said, before I go through the rest of my speech, I am absolutely more than happy to defer this a week so that we can provide more definitive information on the covenants, even though I think it only matters to you in a representation and reputation respect that if there are covenants filed on this multifamily land saying it's only going to be multifamily, all of these folks here have the legal right to sue this developer for specific performance in the contract, and has nothing to do with the city. But I'm more than happy to defer it because of the confusion and the way the platting process works. So with that, though, not knowing if you will continue the public hearing or just move your voting session, I want to address some of the other issues. And I actually spoke with a couple people in the hallway about some of their representations, but I just get very frustrated hearing this bait and switch, the abuse of power, or the cozy relationship between developers. I think all of you know that's certainly not the case in the city of Lincoln and not on this project. Yes, this was all shown as single family. But it is not like many other subdivisions in this city that you have seen come before you that start out showing one thing and change it to another. We've had some that went from multifamily to single family. We've had some that went from office to multifamily. And so have other firms. And I think the planning director would stand up here and talk about how these things change over time. And yes, there is a separate ownership on the northern 80 from the southern 80, but it was all within the same community unit plan. That's the boundary of what drives the density that's allowed. And so it obviously was the intention. When we do a community unit plan, we go to the great effort of having to do road profiles and drainage and detention analysis and grading plans, and if you look at that area, which is in your packet, it shows it all being graded out as single-family lots. That was the intention. But these things do change. The market changes. I just actually reviewed the multifamily, single-family, and townhome permits yesterday, and for a client on an entirely different reason, but noticed that in 4 of the last 5 years, the number of multifamily permits in Lincoln has exceeded the number of single-family home permits in 4 out of the last 5 years. The market is changing. It changed a lot in 08, 09 after the mortgage crisis, and it's been tougher to get a mortgage. We used to use a 33%, 63% rule for single-family apartment dwellers, and we feel that's now somewhere closer to 60-40, if not 45-55, at least in our community. People don't go build apartments to have them sit vacant. There's usually demand for it. Waterford has an area set to be apartments in that subdivision. Most major subdivisions do have an apartment area, and I understand and I appreciate that this wasn't shown originally, but we're making the change now. I think the other important element is between the 7th edition and the lot that we're going to covenant will be single family. This same developer will still have 145 lots to sell adjacent to this complex. And I think if they really felt that this was a big market material issue, they wouldn't be doing that. There is still enough of a buffer, and that has kind of been our intent to get here before we had people immediately adjacent. I know there are a lot of people spoke that are adjacent, some further than others. But the mix of housing types is in the comprehensive plan is something that this community needs, and that is what is trying to be achieved here. The grading of this property falls off towards that detention cell to the southwest. It is not the highest part of the property. It will be graded down. There are many ADA constraints on apartment complexes that have to have the sites basically lowered and leveled. I don't have the map that I used at the Planning Commission. It shows that there's about a 30-foot drop from where the single-family homes are to that detention cell in the southeast corner. So, but be that as it may, in the R3 zoning district, multifamily units are allowed. There are design standards for the height and all the other elements. I don't have any information about the unit mixes because I don't have it. This is a prototype that was used, the developer gave us to put it in here for site plan purposes with the lot units. And that's also not something that's part of the zoning. We don't zone based on the number of units or price rate, things like that. Multifamily is multifamily. And so I also did speak with the gentleman across the street, across Oak Street on the south, and told him that I did not ever receive his emails. I tried to check my junk files, encouraged him to call me, or encouraged him that he wished he would have called me because we can't capture all of our emails. I think I have a reputation with those of you I'm speaking with about my propensity to make sure the neighbors are heard and to respond to them. We may not agree. I may not agree on my developer's behalf, but I get back with them. And I talked earlier about the process with the notification area. We always defer to the planning department on that and send it out. And when we found out there was a larger area at the planning commission that became aware, we stopped the process, we slowed it down. I sent an invitation to the Zoom meeting. I've been relying on Catherine primarily as my best point of contact. She said there are lots of people that want to be notified of this meeting. Can I send it to them with the HOA? I said, absolutely. When we had the Zoom call, I believe there was 6 or 7 people on the Zoom call. So I've had to rely on those people. Those people have been my communication channel that showed up at that Zoom meeting. And I felt like they were distributing everything we did back out to the other folks in both the Waterford and the Dominion HOA. So there are many neighborhoods that go through this transition, and there are uses that are converted at some point in the process. The planning department and the planning commission feel this is appropriate change in the use in the special permit. I remind you that this density is allowed, this use is allowed. There are no waivers being asked for. And so it is a pretty straightforward amendment. And we hope with the changes to access to 105th and 108th, the increased setback to the residential areas within it, the screening that we'll have to do by code, will all help to make this a more amenable project. And again, it's not unlike other developments that you've seen go through. So with that, again, if you feel it is appropriate to either defer the hearing or defer the vote until we can figure out exactly what outlot G was and where it was when those representations were made, I'm more than happy to do that. And to clarify that, and if we have to speak through Tim C. or David Carey, we can certainly do that. So,
Are there any questions for Mr. Eckert? Councilwoman Raybold?
Thank you so much. But it's not just G, it's outlot H as well. And so I think, yes, that would definitely help get some clarification, because I keep reading the language that was provided to us, and to me, it's pretty clear.
And I did, maybe H was by G. It looks like there's two different irregular shaped lots south of all that area that were outlot A. But by all means,
let's get it clear.
Let's get it clarified.
Yeah.
Let's make sure what the representation was. If you want to hold the hearing open, great. If you want to just do the vote, great. But we'll be more than happy to make sure what was represented and what land it was represented on. I think the other thing I want to say is that covenants are usually just filed per subdivision. And so there's been, well, as you see, we're getting ready for the 7th edition at Dominion. So generally the covenants are all the same, but usually the covenants for that edition apply to that edition, and the next edition applies to that edition, unless they're filed over all the editions. And again, if they were, and if there's an issue, that's a legal agreement between the developer and the lot owner. So.
Any other questions for Mr. Eckert at this time? The one question that I have to follow up on, and I appreciate being willing to hold the vote open for a week if the council is agreeable to that. I guess just in my own mind, because I do want to figure out this whole covenant part of it, but what I'm hearing you say is that the branch of government essentially to protect constituents for this would be the judicial branch if someone wants to file a legal challenge if they feel like that there was like a covenant breach in that agreement, not through the legislative branch.
Correct. It's a private agreement between landowners. See, the city attorneys have to sign off too, because a lot of times there are outlots that the HOAs are in charge of maintenance, and if they fail to do that, that gives the city the authority to step in and take some action. But it doesn't mean the city per se is blessing any of the details of the covenants. It just gives them the right to come in and act on behalf of the betterment of the community if an HOA is failing to take care of outlots. That makes sense?
Yeah. Okay. Having all that be said, I'll do another ask if there's any questions for Mr. Eckert. He's offered to have the vote stay open for another week. I would ask for a motion if someone's interested in introducing that motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to see if you would be amenable to a friendly amendment to keep the public hearing open as well. I just want to be able to have a conversation if we have some more questions next week.
Okay. So we have a motion to keep the public hearing open for another week. Is there a second?
Second.
Councilwoman Raybold, any discussion? Councilman Shob.
So that was a motion to delay 1 week with continued public hearing.
Correct.
Okay.
And next week meeting is at 5:30 p.m.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, Madam Clerk, could we please call a roll on the motion to delay for another week?
Beckius?
Yes.
Washington?
Yes.
Ward?
Yes.
Shob?
Yes.
Raybold?
Yes.
Bowers?
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
Okay, so again, to be very clear for folks that came to provide comment, the public hearing will be continued for next week.
We do it all again.
Yep, and to address the concerns that were brought up about the covenant, and we'll have the vote that time also. The meeting will be at 5:30 for those folks who would like to attend. Okay, all right, thank you so much. We'll move on to the next item.
Item 5C is accepting and approving the report of new and pending claims against the city for December 16th through December 31st, 2021.
folks clear out for a second. Okay, is there anyone here that would like to speak on item 5C? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and continue on.
Item 5D is repealing resolution number A82058, which established a process for approving enhanced landscaping and enhanced streetscaping in public right-of-way areas.
Good afternoon, Lynn Johnson with Lincoln Parks and Recreation. Resolution 82058 was established or was adopted in 2003, and it was an interdepartmental effort to put together a process so that new enhanced improvements within the public right-of-way would be reviewed for operating costs and then the ongoing future repair and replacement costs. I would say that the process never really ever got fully implemented, but back in 2016 we went through another process, and we have established a process that we are now using that allows us to review streetscape improvements or enhanced streetscape improvements to determine the annual operating costs and then what the future repair and replacement costs will be. So we are recommending appeal of the resolution that was approved by the City Council back in 2003. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Are there any questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you so much, Director. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this item? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and move on to the next item, please.
Item 5E is approving an agreement between the city on behalf of the Parks and Recreation Department and Scott Carlson for management of the Holmes Golf Course Clubhouse for the period of February 1st, 2022 through January 31st of 2026.
Good afternoon again, Lynn Johnson with Lincoln Parks and Recreation. Mr. Carlson currently serves as the manager for Holmes Clubhouse. He's been in that capacity for the last 4 years. This is essentially a renewal and update of that agreement. This is a management contract for the Holmes Golf Clubhouse. It's for a 4-year period beginning February 1st. Mr. Carlson, under this management contract, is responsible for clubhouse operations, including staffing, merchandising, food and beverage service, collecting green fees and cart rentals, overseeing use of the driving range, promoting events and tournaments, and rental of the banquet facilities. He is responsible for collecting all the revenues. He deposits those revenues into a city account, and then he is reimbursed for his expenses. He also is paid a monthly management fee. The management fee is included in here. There is an escalator provision of 2.5% on it, and there is also incentive payments for financial performance of the golf course and the clubhouse. And we certainly recommend approval of this contract. Scott has done a very nice job of managing the clubhouse, and we've seen significant increase in play at Holmes Golf Course under his management of the clubhouse. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Are there any questions at this time? Okay, seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this item? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and move on to the next item.
Item 5F is a resolution approving a new flag for the city of Lincoln.
Okay, and for this we had a sign-up sheet go out. We'll follow the sign-up sheet in order to maintain the row of debate. I believe Madam Clerk has the sign-up sheet, and she'll call folks to come and testify.
First up is Kayla Meyer. Next would be Whitney Hansen.
Hello, everyone. Members of City Council. My name is Kayla Meyer. What was that?
Yay.
My name is Kayla Meyer with the Lincoln Young Professionals Group. My address is 1128 Lincoln Mall, Suite 100. The process to redesign the city flag began several years ago when Lincoln resident Kyle Wilson gave a presentation about city flags at Ignite Lincoln. He explained that great city flags are simple in their design and only include 2 to 3 basic colors. They use meaningful symbols, but no lettering or seals, and they are distinctive. With this in mind, Lincoln YPG and the American Marketing Association teamed up to redesign our City of Lincoln flag. We conducted extensive research and found that more than 50 American cities and towns had redesigned their flags in the past few years. Case studies published by the North American Vexillological Association, try saying that one, helped us outline our contest. We named the contest Reflag Lincoln, and we recruited 8 community members from a variety of backgrounds to serve on the committee. We raised nearly $20,000 in support from local businesses so that we can conduct the contest at no cost to taxpayers and offer cash prizes to the designers. The contest was promoted widely across the city using billboards, radio ads, newspaper ads, social media ads, and booths at farmers markets and other community events, where at the booths, we gave away coloring sheets and crayons to engage community members of all ages in the process. The response was overwhelming, with over 190 designs submitted from residents aging from age 6 all the way to 90. The committee painstakingly evaluated each and every design, and after several meetings and many spirited debates, landed on 4 finalists. We released those 4 finalists to the community for community feedback and received more than 6,400 comments. A clear fan favorite emerged, and after reviewing and discussing each piece of feedback, the panel came to the same conclusion. The winning design, entitled All Roads Lead to Lincoln, was created by Ed Mejia, a local art director and graphic designer who immigrated to the U.S. from El Salvador. His design was inspired by the sight of Lincoln's skyline emerging on the otherwise flat horizon as he first drove into town. He drew inspiration from Art Deco architecture and native artwork displayed inside the Nebraska State Capitol, and used intersecting lines to capture the interconnection of technology, agriculture, and commerce that have drawn people to Lincoln throughout our past, present, and into the future. The beacon featured in the center of the design symbolizes the hope and optimism that the people of Lincoln are known for, as well as our representation of a safe harbor for those seeking to make our community their home. Some of the recognizable imagery implied by the lines are the sunrise, the state capitol building, and an aerial view of the traditional center of town, the star located at 13th and O Street. The teal green is a nod to Lincoln's verdant tapestry, parks, trails, trees, and green spaces, and the home of Arbor Day Foundation. The deep blue represents groundwater aquifers and an abundant and valuable natural resource significant to our region. The warm gold represents a bright future and a place where all are warmly welcomed. If approved, the flag will be flown in front of City Hall and outside many police and fire stations. YPG and AMA have pledged to cover the cost of replacing these flags on behalf of the city. Fun fact, the existing city flag was actually created in a contest organized by the Lincoln Chamber of Commerce in 1931. The winning designer received a $50 prize. I'm happy to share that the Chamber has been an enthusiastic supporter of our contest and the redesign of the flag, and asked me to share their endorsement of the new design as well. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. The designer and several of our Reflag committee members will also testify and can answer more specific questions you might have. But thank you for your time.
Are there any questions?
No.
Okay. Councilman Choate?
I think mine might fall in the category more specific, so I'm not sure who will be the expert, but I reserve the right to. I'm going to stop talking now.
Okay, so no questions?
No questions.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, who's next?
Up next is Whitney Hansen.
Hello, everyone. I'm Whitney Hansen with the American Marketing Association. I live at 3800 St. Mary's Avenue, and I'm excited to chat with you a little bit about AMA's involvement in the project. So for anyone who may not know, the American Marketing Association is a nonprofit here in Lincoln, and we have about 50 chapters across the country. AMA Lincoln has a long history of being an award-winning chapter, and a big part of that is our commitment to the community. So each year our leadership team gathers to kind of identify what projects we want to be a part of, how we can really support the Lincoln community, and we decided through a lot of conversations that this was something we really wanted to be a part of. When we decided the city flag would be the subject of our competition, we began reaching out to community-minded organizations to help us fund the project. It was important because we're a nonprofit that we had wide city involvement, wide community leader involvement, and we wanted to make sure that we weren't just having professional designers be a part of the process, but that we were really opening it up to everyone in the city and anyone who had a tie to the city. So as we went out and talked to community leaders, local business leaders, the support that we got was really incredible. We hit our fundraising goal in a matter of weeks from organizations like Nelnet, Union Bank, Emeritus, Assurity, Talent Plus, the Lincoln Journal-Star, Pinnacle Bank Arena, and the Able Foundation. They were all really excited to be a part of this and really see how a flag can be a rallying point for us. We imagine the possibilities of creating a flag that would become as beloved as Chicago's and would be seen on t-shirts, on stickers, on ball caps, on the little banners downtown, and just everywhere across the city. We believe the design chosen by the Reflag Lincoln community has the potential to both unite and inspire members of our community and to send a message to those who are new to town or thinking about visiting. It captures the essence of our community's optimism and welcoming nature and is a beautiful design that also represents local history and our appreciation for natural resources and the architecture of Lincoln. In choosing a design, our work has really only just begun. If approved, we plan to continue to promote and celebrate our city's new banner. Our merchandise store is actually live now, so you can go purchase a Reflag Lincoln t-shirt, and more items will be added over the coming weeks. We plan to paint a mural downtown featuring the flag. There's actually a online flag vendor who posted the flag a few weeks ago, and he sold over 100 Lincoln flags in a number of days. So people are really excited about this, and we're really excited about it too. We'd also like to invite each of you to and the public to attend a ceremonial flag raising and celebration at Pinnacle Bank Arena on February 24th from 4 to 6 p.m. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Are there any questions? Councilman Vecchios?
Hi, thanks for coming today. I appreciate it. As a potential buyer of your flag merch, where does one go?
Yes, that's a great question. You can check out our social media channels, and the link is there. We partnered with a local merchandise company, so I don't have like a nice, Reflag Lincoln / merchandise for you, but we'll be sure to share the link with everyone.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any further questions? Any other questions? Awesome. Thank you so much. All right. Who's next?
Next up is Ed Majea.
Either one?
Either one.
Thank you very much for having me today. Council members, it's a real honor to be here. I'm a very emotional person. I'm also a funny person, so I'm trying to be. It's really conflicting to be up here.
It's a good day, Ed. It's a good day.
It's a good day. I just want to thank everyone who's been a part of this. Many of the people here are in support, especially the AMA, the Reflag Lincoln Committee, many of the folks that contributed to making this a success. I'm also thankful for all the people that contributed designs and the finalists too. I want to congratulate them. It's a real honor to be here. This city means a lot to me. I'm sure it means a lot to all of you here. You wouldn't be here. I've seen you listen to hours and hours of people, bringing their grievances and their issues to the table here. So you guys all seem to be great listeners and wonderful people to be a service to our city. So I appreciate that. I just wanted to say that, as I don't know when I'll be back to say something like this. So. Hopefully when they do the next flag. No. Lincoln has been my home for almost 30 years. I grew up moving a lot. It's the place I've been the longest, almost 30 years. I've lived in 3 different countries, 5 states. I change schools every year. What this flag means is stability. It's about having a home. Excuse me. Sorry.
You're good.
I know a lot of people see Lincoln that way too, and it's not ideal for all. I've noticed some people, this flag does not resonate with them, and that's okay too. But I know a lot of people who come from all over the world, all over the state, all over the country, and have made their home here. In the past, you know, people who have stayed here in Lincoln and in the Midwest have been called settlers, and when I was younger, I was very naive, and I thought that meant they just settled. I found out that's not true. English is my second language, so you can forgive me. What settling is not an act of sedentary lifestyle. It's an action. These people were brave. They stopped here. They stayed here and they created a city. And whether they came from agricultural backgrounds or whether they were native or refugees, they've helped build the city. And a lot of what you're seeing in the flag is a reflection of all those things that I've learned through the years being here, meeting people who come from rural backgrounds, urban backgrounds, suburban backgrounds, people who come from other countries, from all sorts of walks of life. Just all that was poured into this flag. As you can tell, the lines are meant to look like they're converging right in the middle. I can see it on the shirt you're wearing. Thank you for wearing the shirt too. But those lines also radiate out. What we come here as families to build are things that also are exuded and radiate out to other communities. And so when we were titling the flag, All Roads Lead to Lincoln, made sense to me, as that's the first impression I got of Lincoln driving in. So my hope is that when people see this flag, that they see themselves in it, that they can see themselves as the little star in the middle of the shirt as they create new things, as they build their families and their careers here. So it's a real pleasure to be here, and I hope that even those that do not like the flag over time grow to at least put up with it, and those that love it really embrace it, and that like any other mark or flag or symbol, the flag isn't imposing its ideals on the people of Lincoln. The people of Lincoln get to make the flag mean something, so that when in the future, when people visit Lincoln or decide whether to live here, they will have a good memory of an occasion they had here, or a restaurant they went to, or a person they met from Lincoln. And so we get to give the flag meaning and not the other way around. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate this. And sorry for crying so much. Oh, questions, yes, that's right.
Councilman Beckius, did you have any questions?
Yes.
Or comments?
We'd spoken privately earlier today, but I just wanted to express my thanks and gratitude to you publicly here today on behalf of the city for giving us a refresh, if you will, of our flag, and for opening up perhaps a point of view as to what else may be able to change in the future going forward too. So thank you very much for your commitment to the flag, and I look forward to seeing it for years to come. Thank you, Ed.
Thank you very much.
Any other comments? Councilwoman Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to also add my gratitude, Mr. Can I call you Ed?
Yeah.
Because I can't pronounce your last name, and I'm so
I've been
sorry.
called Mr. Ed most of my life.
Mr. Ed, not to be confused with the TV series,
Yeah.
correct? But thank you for your design, for your passion for Lincoln, and for your caring and for your story. I'm not an artist, a graphic artist, but I do love art, and I just love the story in today's Lincoln Journal Star about you, and that for me brought home the whole story for Lincoln, and I felt like I knew you after I read that article. So thank you for being so transparent and lending your story and your talent to our city. We're so glad that you're here. Thank you very much.
Any other comments from the council? Councilwoman Rabel, did you have something?
Well, thank you so much. I have to tell you, I'm a little bit of a curmudgeon. That must mean I'm really getting old. And when I first saw the design, I thought, what does that mean? what does it mean? And my initial response was probably like you said, some people, like it wasn't for them. But then when I read more about the meaning and what you infused into the flag, I started to look at it a little bit differently. And little by little, I really warmed up to it. And maybe I'm just like too conventional or traditional, but I really have grown to appreciate it even more. And so that's, I think, the power of your work. If you can make converts of people like me, I mean, that says an awful lot. And really with the beautiful meaning behind it all, it means a lot more to me now, too.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Washington?
Mr. Mejia, thank you so much. I have been excited about the process since it began, and I was one of the folks who logged on and made long comments about each of the 4 finalists. I was very excited to see your design, and I am so glad that you won the contest. Your flag design immediately spoke to me about the hopeful nature of Lincoln. And even without hearing the title, All Roads Lead to Lincoln, it felt like it was a beacon of welcoming a bright spot of hope that says we can do things together. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other comments? One thing that I want to say is thank you so much for sharing your gifts with our city for the years to come. It's not easy to give your talents to a city, and it's not easy to make yourself vulnerable and to create something and to have essentially other people judge it. So that takes a lot of strength. And I shouldn't read social media comments, but I do sometimes. And the way that you engaged with people with love and respect and explanation, that was inspiring all in and of itself. And it made me so incredibly proud, not only of the flag, but of the person who created the flag. And that your personality, what you do, is something that all Lincolnites should aspire to be to. And I am so proud that we now have a banner that we can do that under. So thank you so much for your gifts to our city.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay. Thank you so much. Okay, who do we have up next?
Next up, we have Ed Zimmer.
Ed Zimmer, and I've had to bring my address because I'm not used to having to give you a street address of 3001 South 51st Street Court, Unit 3307, where I'm very happy to be retired. Have you missed me?
We miss you. We do.
I think maybe I was the curmudgeon on the committee,
No,
and so I know that process. We looked at a lot of designs. I also read innumerable comments of those thousands that came back. And one thing I really appreciated, I thought that both 2 Eds are better than 1. And so I was very pleased as this design moved forward, but also that the response, the Capitol is not shown in this design, but it is seen in this design. It evokes in people an image of the Capitol. The flag that we had for 91 years has the brand new Capitol. It was very appropriate at that time to show a brand new building, that central building in our city. Part of the instruction to designers this time was, that's a state building, let's not center it on the Capitol as the old flag. Yet many of the responses back saw the Capitol there because he evoked that in his interaction between the design and the viewer. And I think that makes it even more special that in a symbolic way and an abstract way, he caused that image that we all experience as we come into the city from afar. And that happens between the artist, the artwork, and the viewer. And I think it makes this design strong and special. I think really good art has that growing richness as you experience it, and I think this is something we can be proud of. And so I add my gratitude for having the chance to serve on the committee and to bring you a design of this quality. And I also thought I should submit myself if I took this on to your questioning, if you had any.
Are there any questions? Okay, seeing no questions, thank you so much. All right.
Todd Ogden.
Good evening, City Council. Todd Ogden, President of Downtown Lincoln Association and a member of the Reflag Committee group. I'm at 206 South 13th Street, and I don't really have a lot to add. I don't know why I had to follow up on Ed and Ed, but I do really want to give props to the committee. I did my research on Facebook too, Councilperson Bowers, and I found out that we only had about like 13% of a hate rate on this, so I think that's really good on Facebook. So that was very pleasing to be a part of the committee, and it really made me realize two of the questions that really came up from this, and one of them is one of the main questions. Let me look at my notebook here. Is the contests are a terrible way to do marketing and branding. So you see a lot of that, and as a former president of the American Marketing Association myself, you do hear a lot about that. But what I love about this is this was a really hybrid type of contest. It brought together a lot of the community to submit what they saw in Lincoln, and we had our committee here to essentially be that client for the community to select this, and to be a part of that. I think that's a really important part of this process, to work with the designers that way, so you can give feedback and work through feedback that we have. So I was extremely pleased with that, especially knowing as a marketer that government entities aren't always the best branders and marketers. So having a committee like this, not always. I've worked with plenty that we've done a wonderful job on, but really, I just want to give a really quick nod to the committee. Albert and Francisco having backgrounds like theirs with the artists that they are, to have kind of that aspect and perspective, I think was really important as we talked about through this process. Suzanne to remind us all of the Native American roots of the region that we have here in the area, to keep that in mind. Mairead, professional vexologist by now, I would say, so that's pretty good to always keep us back and remind us of that. And having Whitney here from an American marketing perspective through that, and Kayla through Young Professionals and having that voice. It was a really cool committee to bring together. And I was on the committee as well. I was just the tall goof idiot that got to be a fly on the wall. So I just really feel proud to be a part of this. And if we had known that Ed was the designer, I'm glad we didn't know who the designer was when we selected, because I might have cheated and selected him anyway after hearing his story and how he put this together. So that was just icing on the cake through this. So extremely happy. And the second question before I quit is, why do we need a flag anyway? Why do we need a flag anyway? And I thought about that, and especially since the funds were privately raised and a lot of our time, was volunteer time. And it really brought, I thought this committee was a great microcosm of Lincoln, bringing that together. So having people like us brought together from all different walks of life, coming to bring something to flag like this, why have a flag? I say, why not? So that's where I want to end with this, if you have any questions.
Are there any questions? So just to be clear, privately raised funds, right?
Very clear, privately
Okay.
raised funds. No tax dollars.
Say that one more time for the people on
We're not
Facebook.
diverting money from potholes for this, so we're good to go.
Thank you so much. All right, any other questions?
No.
Okay, seeing none, thank you so much, Todd.
Thank you.
All right, who do we have coming up next?
Colton, excuse me if I pronounce the last name incorrectly. I'll just stop at Colton.
Council members, very nice to see you. Colton Zammerslow. It's kind of a mess. Don't worry about it. I feel Ed's pain. Nobody knows my last name. 5318 South 39th Street. I don't have a lot to say that hasn't already been said, but there are a few points I do just want to add on. The current flag was okay at the time. That person earned their $50. But it was actually Mairead Safranek that brought it up to YPG about a year ago now, and she said, "Hey, do you guys know that we have a city flag?" No, we don't know we have a city flag. And then she showed it, and we all went, ew. What we currently have, in my opinion, is not much to be proud of. What Ed is proposing is beautiful, something that everybody can be proud of, something that everybody can feel a part of. The second part I wanted to hit is the capabilities we can have now as a city to brand ourselves. You see a ton of cars with the Colorado flag. You see plenty of other cities and states have very recognizable flags. It's a branding. And so from a business standpoint, yes, no city funds were used to get this flag going. And yes, there's a pandemic going on. We have big issues to deal with. But from a business standpoint, why wouldn't we want to rebrand and get the name out? I see this as an excellent business play for the city. So something to be proud of, something good for business, good for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions for Colton? Okay, seeing none. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
What's that? Oh, I think Councilman Shove has a question for you, Todd.
Oh. I knew you had a question.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, yes, yeah. So we have these notebooks. This is an example of what you could get with the new flag design. And yeah.
There we are.
Yes.
Merch.
Makes it easier to see as well, all the potential. Thank you, Benny.
Thanks so much. All right, who do we have coming up next?
Jimmy Klein.
Well, hello, council. Jimmy Klein. Do I have to give my address? 4200 West High Ridge Road, Lincoln, Nebraska. Well, I just want a couple comments. First of all, to Ed, there you are. I appreciate your passion and your love for the city. I really can, because I feel it too. I've lived in Lincoln my entire life. I'm 68, just recently retired. My grandparents, I'm a third generation removed from my grandma and grandpa, they also migrated over here. So I'm very thankful for that. So I understand all that. I'm here. Geez, I feel like I'm going to get hung. I'm in opposition of it. I mean, I think it's great. Ed did some really good work, and I really appreciate that. I've been on committees. I've been on things where you folks, when I say you folks, you city councilmen, you're kind of like football officials. You know, you get booed and you get cheered, depending on what side of the fence you're on. I'm kind of hard for a change. When I first saw the flag, and when you read the description of all the roads leading into the Lincoln, and you can kind of see the Capitol and the water table, I get it. But when this flag is displayed, and it's not displayed very many places, and I didn't realize this, evidently only at the city buildings, police and fire, I don't see this city flag out there. But what are other people going to think? What are other people going to wonder? My first reaction is kind of what Jane thought, maybe some people were, but what does it mean? Is it a part of an association? Is it just some artwork? To me, it's just artwork, and it's great work, Ed, and the people that were on this committee. I'm just here to say I don't support it. I like the city flag that we have. I like the Capitol. The Capitol, one gentleman said, is it's a state building. Yeah, it's a state building, but anybody that's lived in Lincoln, we know that the Capitol draws you. It draws my grandkids. So in the corn cobs, in the wheat, the corn cobs, yeah, maybe I'm old-fashioned, but that's Lincoln. That's Nebraska. But that's Lincoln. That's Husker football. That's one thing that's kind of drawn a lot of people together. Not everybody. I guess that's it. I just wanted to speak in opposition, and And that's no disrespect, Ed, and all the people that worked on it. That's my opinion. You know, the one gal said that there were all kinds of business people that were in support. We had it on social media. We had it on billboards. I never saw it. And I can't help but believe there's a lot of people that didn't see it. This is still how I get my news. I'm old-fashioned. I still want the newspaper. You know, I started off on a paper route, worked my way up, and now I'm 68. So, thank you very much. Any questions?
Are there any questions? Seeing that, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next is Paige Gade.
Members of the City Council, my name is Paige Gotti with Lincoln Young Professionals Group, and my address is 7221 Old Post Road, Unit 8. Lincoln YPG's mission is to create an energetic and dynamic environment of learning, networking, and entrepreneurship for young professionals in the Lincoln community. Attracting and retaining talent is a top priority for our organization and a key driver in our role in creating a new city flag. I personally am a proud Lincolnite, born and raised, and recently moved back after spending several years living elsewhere. I realized that Lincoln had it all. I had everything I wanted and needed, and am thrilled to be back. It occurred to me that Lincoln's identity sometimes gets sandwiched between the state capitol building and the Huskers. While we appreciate being the seat of our state government and the home of the world's most passionate sports fans, and this redesign of the city flag does not mean we're any less proud of those, we felt that Lincoln deserved an opportunity to establish our own identity based on the vibrant culture that we have here, and a brand that tells residents and visitors who we are and what we value. The new flag serves the mission of YPG and the interests of the community at large by showcasing those values. We are a city on the rise, and we believe that everything is possible here. Everyone is welcome here. We celebrate and appreciate our local land and water resources and offer abundant opportunities across industries of technology, agriculture, commerce, and many more. On behalf of Lincoln YPG, I enthusiastically urge you to adopt the new city flag. Thank you for your time.
Are there any questions?
Any questions?
No.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, okay. Seems like we've gone through the sign-in sheet. Is there anyone else here that would like to provide comment? Anyone else here that would like to provide comment on? Okay.
Hi, thank you for having me here. My name is Kyle Wilson. I live at 7627 South 38th Street. Years ago, I saw a TED Talk about why city flags are the worst design things that you've never noticed. So when you look at our current city flag, how many of you, before you ran for city council or got involved in city government, knew what our flag looked like? About 90% of the people I asked that question to have no clue what our city flag looked like. It's what kind of got me going too. One of the questions posed during this TED Talk was, one of the points posed during the talk was, if you don't know what your city flag looks like, there's probably a reason why. And so I kind of started to get energized, and that was a number of years back. I finally got enough courage to put together a talk for Ignite Lincoln, which got others excited about the possibility of what Lincoln's flag could look like. One point, there's lots of points that have been made today that are great. One point I'd like to cover that maybe didn't get emphasized is this. When you think about Lincoln, what are the brands that come to mind? Perhaps Husker football? Or the University of Nebraska in general? Maybe you see a Runza sign or Valentino's. There are lots of brands around Lincoln that represent Lincoln to people, but there's no brand around the city because this current flag is not flown. I think the new flag design is beautiful. It's both beautiful and unique, and when you think about what it will look like outside, flying up against the other flags there, people will notice it. They may not understand all of the meaning in all of the details of the flag, but they will notice it, and it'll be enough for them to say, wow, that's cool. I want to learn more about it. I want to learn more about this city. I want to learn more about who we are. I think that's great. I think that's a benefit of the flag. So as you can tell, I'm wholeheartedly for the new flag design, and I encourage you to vote for it.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council?
No.
Okay, seeing none. Thanks so much. Is there anyone else here that would like to provide public comment? Anyone else here that would like to provide public comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and move on.
That ends our public hearing resolutions. We can vote on these items. Item 5C, accepting and approving the report of new and pending claims against the city for December 16th through December 31st, 2021, introduced by Raybold.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Councilman Beckius. Any discussion? Seeing none, may we please call the roll?
Washington,
Yes.
Beckius,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Bowers.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0. Item 5D is repealing resolution number A82058, which established a process of approving of enhanced landscaping and enhanced streetscaping in public right-of-way areas, introduced by Raybold.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Councilman Beckius. Any discussion? Seeing none, may we please call the roll?
Schob,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Beckius,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Bowers.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0. Item 5E is approving an agreement between the city on behalf of the Parks and Recreation Department and Scott Carlson for management of the Holmes Golf Course Clubhouse for a period of February 1st, 2022 through January 31st, 2026, introduced by Raybold.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Councilwoman Washington. Any discussion? Seeing none, may we please call the roll?
Ward,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Beckius,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Bowers.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0. Item 5F is resolution approving a new flag for the city of Lincoln, introduced by Bowers.
Well, I'm going to turn the gavel over to Councilwoman Ward since I was the chair and I introduced it at this time. So I'll turn it over to the reins to Councilwoman Ward right now.
I'll second it.
Okay. I'm so incredibly honored to be introducing this flag. We've heard a lot of great testimony today about what this flag means to the person who created it, but also what it means to the folks in our community. When I see the title of our flag, All Roads Lead to Lincoln, it strikes home for me. Lincoln's been my home. Lincoln will always be my home. I'm incredibly proud of my city and proud of where I come from. It's no secret that our world is facing a pretty rough time right now. We're in a pandemic. We have a lot of division. Communities aren't engaging with each other, and we've lost a little bit of our soul. This process of the community leading what our new banner is going to look like has helped bring us together. This flag, to me, represents what the next chapter of Lincoln is going to look like. It represents hope. It represents that we're going to get on the other side of all of the struggles that our city is facing right now. It represents that no matter where our paths take us, no matter where our roads lead to, we will always come back to Lincoln. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are there any other comments from the council? Councilman Schob.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Young gentleman asked, is anyone familiar with our other flag? And I raised my hand because I've been looking to purchase the flag of the city of Lincoln for the last 15 years, and I can't find anyone who will sell me one of the existing flags. I've scoured the internets. I've been to the History Museum gift shop. I know I spent about an hour with Lynn Quinzer in the Ombudsman's office looking for one day. So I'm looking forward to an opportunity to buy this flag. You said the gift shop would be open, and this is my question from earlier. Where can I buy one? And where can I, we'll talk, I don't need an answer. That was just a statement, Make it available for me. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, any other comments or questions from the council? All right. Thank you. Madam Clerk, may we call the roll on this vote, please?
Beckius,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Schob, Bowers.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Ward.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0. Okay, that ends our public hearing resolutions. We can move on to our section 6, public hearing ordinances, second reading and related resolutions.
You're a grand old flag.
I'll be calling items 6A, 6B, and 6C together. They are not related. However, I will be reading all three together. Item 6A is amending Lincoln Municipal Code Section 2.76.370, authorize holidays to include the Juneteenth holiday. Item 6B is amending pay schedule for employee group whose classifications are assigned to the pay range, which is prefixed by X, by changing the pay range class 1136 payroll clerk from X13 to X19. And item 6C is amending the employee group whose classifications are assigned to pay range is prefixed by the letter A to change the title of WIC supervisor to WIC program manager.
Good afternoon, Council. Doug McDaniel, Human Resources. I think Mayor is in attendance, and I believe she wanted to speak to 6A, but I think she stepped out to talk to some of the individuals involved with the flag. Can I take some of these out of order?
Sure, yeah, that's
That's
fine.
okay with you to give her time to get back in? Thank
Yep,
you
go
very
for it.
much. 6B, amending the pay schedule for employees with classification with the prefix by X, payroll clerk from X13 to X19. In reviewing our payroll clerks, we have discovered that their job has become increasingly more complex over the years. We are looking at some internal equity issues, and so we have worked with the department, the finance department. We would like to raise this classification from the X13 to the X19 range. The cost for this, there's 5 individuals impacted. It's around $10,000. There is money in the budget to do so. It's warranted to keep these people retained in the positions they're in. We've invested a lot in their training, their orientation in the Oracle system and the payroll rules.
Are there any questions? Councilwoman Washington?
Good afternoon, Mr. McDaniel. Was that 10,000 in total or 10,000 per employee?
No, 10,000 in total, and that would be an
Right,
annualized
okay.
basis. So,
Thank you.
yes. All right, the next item is basically 6C, amending the employee group whose classification are assigned to pay range prefixed by letter A, changing the title of the WIC supervisor to the WIC program manager. The WIC program has grown exponentially. It has become much more complex. So again, for internal equity reasons, we'd like to move this from the supervisor to the program manager classification. And again, it moves it from an A10 to an A15. This is something that was requested by the health department.
Any questions from the council at this time? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to move on.
We're going to try to locate Mayor real quickly. I will give just the operational components. I think Mayor wants to speak to the importance of this issue. This operational component puts into code Juneteenth as an official holiday for our unrepresented employees. We have taken care of this for our represented employees who are under contract and labor negotiations. This really addresses the rest of those employees, so it's within code. And now Mayor Gaylord Baird will speak to the importance of why adding this holiday is necessary.
Thank you.
I originally was going to say good afternoon, but good evening, Chair Bowers and members of the council. The item before you will provide for Juneteenth to become a recognized holiday within the Lincoln Municipal Code. And this action will ensure that the holiday that my administration provided to city employees through negotiations with 5 of our 6 unions during the past year, and that you approved through those contract approvals, applies to all other unrepresented employees of the city across our organization. And so while that simple action will provide equity in application of the policy for employees at the city of Lincoln, I'm really here to comment briefly on the wider significance of establishing Juneteenth as a holiday for the city of Lincoln, as the federal government did last year. As you all know, on June 19th, 1865, more than 2 months after the Confederate General Robert E. Lee surrendered at Appomattox, Virginia, Gordon Granger, a Union General arrived in Galveston, Texas, with the news to inform enslaved African Americans of their freedom and of the end of the Civil War. General Granger's announcement put into effect the Emancipation Proclamation, which had been issued more than 2.5 years earlier on January 1st, 1863 by President Abraham Lincoln, for whom our city is named. A century and a half later, people in cities and towns all across our country continue to commemorate that historic moment through the holiday of Juneteenth. And Juneteenth today affords all of us an opportunity to acknowledge a fuller history of our nation and to reflect on how that history continues to shape society today. Juneteenth encourages all of us to demonstrate our continued commitment to advancing racial equity and to building a community that is ever more just. As a part of that commitment, our One Lincoln initiative has taken steps over the last 2.5 years to implement policy and program changes, including the allocation of new resources to support diversity, equity, and inclusion across our organization and within the community at large. And I want to thank all of you for being so important in advocating and championing that work. This has truly been a team effort in our city organization. And this work is important and ongoing, and I know that we will continue to advance it together in the upcoming biennial budget. Well, knowing how committed you are to these values and efforts, I ask with optimism and confidence that you approve designating Juneteenth a city holiday in the Lincoln Municipal Code and help to affirm our commitment to ensuring that all residents of our community feel understood, enjoy a true sense of belonging, and experience equal opportunity to reach their full human potential. That's really just a small part of what this is all about. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Are there any questions for our mayor? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak on items 6A, B, or C?
Good evening. I'm Roy Helm. I go by the pronouns of he, him. I reside at 2750 South 13th Street, which is on Oto and Pawnee land. I want to applaud Mayor Gaylord Baird for speaking so eloquently in favor of this. It does bring all of our city workers onto equal planes and playing fields, and that's what we're all aspiring to, is to have equality. And this will also provide an opportunity to raise conversation and draw attention to the inequities of the past and the inequities that continue today. But it's a very positive step, and it's only one step in acknowledging our past and trying to understand and trying to appreciate the trauma that's been caused and continues to be caused by the actions of us of fairer complexions. This is very powerful, it's important, and I have to say it is in line with the new flag that's been adopted for the city. Whoever set the agenda either was a very happy accident or wonderful placing, but it just reinforces that feeling of inclusion and acceptance, and that's in difference to our state motto of Nebraska, it's not for everyone, Lincoln is. So I'm appreciative that the Capitol's not on the new flag, but that's a different topic. But getting back to this ordinance, please support it. I'm confident you will, and it will be a good step in keeping the conversation going and helping us all learn about the past and accept responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions? Okay, seeing none. Is there anyone else here that would like to speak on item 6A, B, or C? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and move on.
Item 6D is amending Lincoln Municipal Code Chapter 14.75 driveway approaches and curbs by amending sections 14.75030, 14.75050, 14.75.060, 1475-120, and 1475-130, to require the owner of real property to conduct and pay for work related to the removal, relocation, reconstruction, or alteration of the driveway approach for which no permit has been issued, to establish penalties for noncompliance, and to authorize the city attorney to take civil action as may be appropriate to gain compliance with this chapter.
Good evening, council members. Tim Byrne, Lincoln Transportation and Utilities, 555 South 10th. This ordinance is an improvement on a current process that will predominantly affect new residential construction from when the homeowner or the builder on their behalf applies for a curb cut to install the driveway. Currently today, in that process, the permittee will file that through the Building and Safety Department. They will administer that on LTU's behalf, and then either city personnel or, as happens today, a contractor that is hired on behalf of the city will go out and perform that work. So this will take that practice off of the table, and it will put it squarely in the hands of the builders and homeowners to allow them to secure whomever they would like that is qualified to come do that work, rather than being dependent on using the city's contractors, city bid prices. It puts more control over the scope of the work, the costs, and the timing in the owner's hands.
Are there any questions? Okay, seeing none. Thanks so much. Is there anyone that would like to speak on this item?
Good evening. My name is Ann Post. I'm an attorney with Baylor Evans Law Firm that is 1248 O Street, Suite 600. I am here today on behalf of the Home Builders Association of Lincoln to testify in favor of this ordinance change. This change in ordinance will make the process for requesting a curb cut more timely and efficient, allowing the home builder or the contractor to work directly with the contractor instead of having to work through the city to the contractor. So this is a process that the home builders brought to the city's attention, and we want to thank the city and LTU for working with the home builders throughout this process to identify a way to kind of achieve the same result in a more timely and efficient manner that meets the needs of all parties involved. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for Ms. Post? No. Seeing none, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here that would like to speak on this item? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to move on.
Item 6E is amending Lincoln Municipal Code Sections 8.20.030, 8.20.050, 8.20.120, 8.20.140, 8.20.190, and 8.20.195 to be consistent with the Nebraska Food Code changes approved on August 6th of 2020.
John C. Christie, City Attorney, 555 South 10th. This items E through J are essentially code cleanup items. This item just makes changes, minor changes, date corrections to align with the Nebraska Food Code, and a definitional change from potentially hazardous foods to time temperature control for safety foods. So,
any questions? Okay, seeing none. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this item? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to move on.
Item 6F is amending Lincoln Municipal Code Sections 5.41.010 and 5.41110 to clarify the definition of operator to include consumer recyclables collection site and to correct typographical errors.
This is another cleanup item, changing consumer recyclables collection site to recyclables drop off. And then it also includes correction of a few typographical errors, non-substantive.
Any questions? Okay, seeing none. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to move on.
Item 6G is amending Section 7.08.010 of the Lincoln Municipal Code relating to emergency medical ambulance service fees for service to clarify when the fire chief shall present the proposed fee schedule to the City Council.
Thank you. This change clarifies that the fire chief shall present to the City Council a proposed fee schedule as part of the normal budget process. I think there is also a correction of a non-substantive typographical error again.
Any questions from the council? Seeing none, is there anyone here that would like to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to move on.
Item 6H is amending section 14.75.065 of the Lincoln Municipal Code to change public works to transportation and utilities.
This is a title correction from Public Works official. We all remember when it was Public Works to Transportation Utilities official.
Any questions from the council? Seeing none, is there anyone here that would like to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to move on.
Item 6I is repealing sections 12.24.040 and 12.24.050 of the Lincoln Municipal Code, as it is outdated language and the tennis fund no longer exists.
As stated by Madam Clerk, this repeals the tennis fund. It's my understanding that the tennis fund has not been utilized.
Okay, any questions from council? Seeing none, is there anyone here that would like to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to move on.
Item 6J is amending Lincoln Municipal Code Section 20.12.115 to correct an incorrect reference to another section.
This is just corrects the typographical error that, as Madam Clerk said, referenced an incorrect section. And I think that's the last one that I have. So,
any questions from council? What kind of error is this correcting?
a typographical error.
Typographical? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for clarifying. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this?
I think I made up. Is that what you're implying?
I feel like I just had to shake up what I was saying. Is there anyone else here that would like to speak on this item? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and move on.
No, you're fine. Thank you, Mr. Christie. We appreciate it.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Christie. Much appreciated.
Thank you. I'll be calling items 6K and 6L together. Annexation 21008, application of Carroll Kruger Company LLC to annex approximately 39.93 acres for the property generally located at South 84th Street and Yankee Hill Road, and the related change of zone 05068H, application of Carroll Kruger Company LLC to amend the existing Woodlands at Yankee Hill PUD by expanding the covered area by 39.93 acres and allowing for an additional 82 dwelling units and an additional 65,000 square feet of commercial floor area for the property generally located at South 84th Street and Yankee Hill Road.
Good evening, council members. Christina Melgoza with Kruger Development, 8200 Cody Drive, Suite F. And very plainly stated, this is just a continuation of our Woodlands at Yankee Hill PUD, annexing in and changing that zone for approximately 40 acres off of 84th and Yankee Hill, which has been conceptually shown in our PUD for years. And I'm here for any questions.
Are there any questions? Okay, seeing none.
Excellent.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here that would like to speak on this issue or this item? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to move on.
I'll be calling items 6M, 6N, and 6O together, approving the 23rd and Y Street redevelopment project agreement between the City of Lincoln and the Millennial LLC relating to the property generally located on the north side of Y Street between 23rd and 24th Streets, and the related fiscal year 21-22 CIP to authorize and appropriate $955,500 in tax increment financing for the 23rd and Y Street redevelopment project, and authorizing the issuance of tax allocation bonds for the 23rd and Y Street redevelopment project in the amount not to exceed $955,500.
Good evening, Council. Dan Marvin, Urban Development, 55 South 10th Street. I'll be brief. This was brought to you as a plan amendment last fall. The plan amendment was before the Planning Commission all the way back in August. It has gone to Urban Design Committee for review on a couple of occasions. I think there have been unanimous support from Urban Design on the revised renderings that are a part of this development. The TIF uses for this particular project include utility work, alley repair, sidewalk repair, energy enhancements, and site acquisition for the project. And with me today is Han Post, who's representative for the developer. And we'll make a note that the following week there will be an alley vacation vote that's before you, or public hearing, alley vacation, and a PUD or a zone change for this particular property as well. So this is one half of a two-part project. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Councilwoman Washington?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Marvin, I have a question about that alley vacation. I know that's not until next week, but there have been so many comments from the public or people writing in. I just wanted to know, is the alley going to be traversable by anyone besides people who live in these
I think that
apartments?
the same, we'll let the developer answer this question as well, but the understanding is that there will be easements on both sides of that property so that it's not going to be restricted, but the ingress and egress and the ability to provide parking under the current standards that we have on city alleys would have eliminated the potential to provide parking and other developments that are part of this project in that alley. Also, if you were to go over there, the alley, at least the last time I was over there, is an unpaved alley that's not in particularly good condition. So we actually like to be able to make developments where the responsibility and the ownership of the alley can be maintained in better repair for all the residents on both sides of the alley.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Dr. Marvin?
The other thing I did mention earlier was that this, just like the project that we had on Vine Street, this one secures 6 of the 36 units as affordable that would be eligible on an income established basis for 60% area median income. And that would be for the TIF period for 20 years.
Any further questions for Dr. Marvin? Okay, seeing none, thanks so much.
Good evening. My name is Ann Post. I'm attorney with Baylor Evnen Law Firm, 1248 O Street, Suite 600. I'm here on behalf of the developer for this project. The developer is the Corridor LLC. We'll put a pin in that, and I'm going to come back to that. But so this project, as Director Marvin explained, it's on the south half of the block. That's between North 23rd and North 24th Street, just north of Y Street. It's the entire south half of the block, including the alleyway. This is going to be 2 buildings with 18 units each. They're going to be all 2-bedroom units for a total of 36 units. And there will be, the developer is committing in this redevelopment agreement to 6 units of affordable housing, affordable at 60% AMI for that 20-year period. It also includes facade upgrades, energy efficiency upgrades. That includes more efficient heating and cooling equipment, smart thermostats, radiant heat barriers, and also that sidewalk and alley repaving. So this project is extremely similar to the project that was before you before at 25th and Vine. The biggest difference with this project is the lengths that the developer has gone to in this case to maximize the parking available on this site. As with any infill development project, parking is one of the biggest constraints to how many units you can get at a site. So what the developer has done to work with the site to provide as much parking as possible was alluded to by Councilperson Washington and Director Marvin, is that normally with an alley, when there's an alleyway, parking lot design standards don't allow you to use that public right-of-way for any of your turning movements. So if you can't put parking in place and then be able to back up into a public right-of-way. So with the alley vacation and the change of zone that you'll see in front of you next week, the point of the alley vacation is to make it so that that alley is no longer public right-of-way. There will be a public easement allowing all the property owners on the north to continue to use it as for access to their property. In fact, every property owner to the north had to sign off, and when I say sign off, I mean I needed their original ink on paper signatures and to go collect that paper from them, sign off on this alley vacation to make this possible. So they've agreed in writing with full understanding that the alley would be vacated. In exchange, what they're getting is a paved alley, so much better quality access to their property Also, that the developer is going to have to upkeep that, to also remove snow, to keep it in good condition, because that is the main entrance and the vehicular entrance to this project. And so there will still be public access over that alleyway. There will be more parking because we can use that area for turning movements. So there won't be no one will actually be parking in the area of the alley, but they will be able to use that for the turning movement to back in and out of parking stalls. And so what that did was allow us to maximize the parking that's going to be available at this site. The maximum parking available at this site is still at a 1.3 ratio. This is something that was approved in a CUP that has gone through Planning Commission and was final action at Planning Commission. So that's at the 1.3 parking ratio. This site is 3 blocks from a bus route. It is within 10 minutes walk or 15-minute walk of 4 different parks. It's a 10-minute walk from the university. And while this parking ratio is lower than the 1.5 parking ratio that's in code, we feel given this site's proximity to public transportation, to employment centers, to green spaces, that it is it's a very appropriate parking ratio. In addition, it's in line with the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan recognizes, the comprehensive plan specifically, policy 11 of the plan, promotes looking at parking ratios across the city with the eye towards lowering and actually removing minimum parking ratios in several zoning districts. And finally, it's not out of line with the area. There was a recent project at 22nd and P that was approved with a 1.1 or 1-to-1 parking ratio. Finally, this is in line with this density is in line with the goals of the comprehensive plan that generally supports a higher density to utilize existing infrastructure, so infill development. So with this project, it meets so many points of the comprehensive plan: affordable housing, infill density, and also is able to achieve this, the developer has gone to great lengths to be able to achieve these and also achieve the goals of the city with the energy efficiency, higher quality facade, and the maximum parking available. So with that, I will stop and answer any questions that you may have. Oh, if I could remove the pin from the other issue that I wanted to address. Next week in front of you, you will see that there's going to be an amendment amending it. You'll notice in this agreement, it discusses the Millennial LLC, and I'm talking to you about the Corridor LLC. The reason for that, it is strictly a name change. It is the same developer, the same ownership structure. The only thing that changed was the name. That was an issue between choosing the name and putting all the documents together and inquiring and being told it was available and actually getting the documents down to the Secretary of State. The availability of that name changed. So that's why you have the Corridor LLC in front of you instead of the Millennial. Same people, same developer, just a change in the agreement and change in the name. Or a change in the name in the agreement. So with that, I'll thank you, and I will answer any questions you may have.
Are there any questions? Councilman Beckius?
Thank you, Ms. Post. When does your client, Mr. Bird, anticipate starting construction?
That is a good question. He's with me here today. Would you like to?
You'd like.
Hello, Aaron Bird, developer. April.
Fantastic.
April.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Councilwoman Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank Ann Post for replying to the neighbors and the time that you and the developer have spent with Clinton Neighborhood Association. I know they had a question this morning. I've spoke with Bob Reeves a couple of times this morning about the different names and how many developers were representing this project. And so they were going to ask that. Bob Reeves was here at 3, but I know that was hours ago. He had a personal commitment and needed to leave. So I know that he'll appreciate knowing that clarification as well. But I did on Friday write to Ann, and thank you for responding so quickly and so thoroughly. And I know that the rest of the council received that letter from you as well. and I'm not here to represent the neighborhood, but I know that Bob was going to speak, Mr. Reeves, about their concerns that I think you addressed in their letter. And so I know they'll be back on Monday to talk about the vacation of the alley. But I just wanted to extend my gratitude for that. I think that's all I have, because it's getting late and I can't remember. So there you go. That's all I have. If I remember, I'll let you know. But thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions? No. Okay, seeing none.
Thank you
Thanks
very
so much.
And yes, the vote's next week. If there's anything else, we're happy to provide it.
Awesome. Is there anyone else here that would like to speak on this item? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and move on.
I will call items 6P through 6V together. 6P, Annexation 21006, application of Central Land Investments LLC to annex approximately 16.78 acres of property generally located at North 66th and Arbor Road. And the related change of zone 21042, application of Central Land Investments LLC for a change from AG Agriculture District to I-1 Industrial District. The related item 6R is the related annexation and conditional zoning agreement between the city and Central Land Investments LLC. Item 6S is the sanitary sewer agreement between the city, Jack A. Herbert, Mary A. Herbert, SRP Real Estate LLC, Central Land Investments LLC, Tri-Betal LLC, Hanover 3 LLC, Hanover 2 LLC, and RF Properties Inc., located at North 70th and Arbor Road. Item 6T is approving the Central Lumber Sales Redevelopment Agreement between the city and Central Land Investments LLC for the property generally located north of Arbor Road between North 56th and North 70th. And the fiscal year 21-22 CIP to authorize and appropriate $2,500,000 in tax increment financing for the Central Lumber Sales Redevelopment Project. And the Item 6V, issuance of tax allocation bonds for the Central Lumber Sales Redevelopment Project in the amount not to exceed $2,500,000.
Good evening, members of the City Council. Danae Kalkowski, 1128 Lincoln Mall, Suite 105. Here tonight representing Central Land Investments and Central Lumber Sales, whose principals are Jim and Jill Giesler. Also here today, Rick Onan with E&A Engineering, who's also working on the project as the engineer. And then Greg Giesler's also in the audience with us today. So I think this is a record for me having this many items called all at once, but you know, it couldn't happen at a better time, right? So the property that we're visiting about tonight, or the subject of all of these applications, is about 16 acres. Our map will come up here. The 16 acres located on the north side of Arbor Road. We're kind of located right between North 56th Street and North 70th Street, and directly east of the recent Camping World project that you guys approved within the last year. This area along Arbor Road all the way from 56th to 70th Street is really, and actually even west of 56, has really been growing in attention over the last several months. It's one of the few areas where we can still come in and do some industrial zoning for raw ground for new businesses to come in, and so we're seeing a lot of interest in it. Mr. Giesler and I were in front of you back in November with a redevelopment plan amendment for this site. Today we're moving forward with the redevelopment agreement, the annexation agreement, the change of zone, a bond ordinance, CIP amendment, and a multi-party sanitary sewer agreement. A good thing we had the preliminary plat final approval at Planning Commission. This is an exciting project for Lincoln, helping facilitate the relocation, consolidation, and growth of a longtime Lincoln business, which will keep this business here in Lincoln. The redevelopment and project includes a 100 to 125,000 square foot distribution facility for Central Lumber Sales. Central Lumber Sales is a wholesale building materials distributor, They have clients in Nebraska, Kansas, Iowa, South Dakota, and Missouri, around 43 employees. It's an employee and family-owned business. This new location will allow them to relocate existing business from 4th and A, which has been there since the 1950s, 501 Washington, 531 Sumner, and First Street. They'll also be consolidating employees and facilities from a couple other sites located outside of Lincoln and bringing all of that into the one facility. This expansion is necessary to increase their efficiency and basically stay competitive in today's business market. Their major competitors are headquartered in Wisconsin, South Dakota, Minnesota, and Missouri, and they have additional facilities in Kansas and Iowa. They don't have any competitors right now in Nebraska, so it's a great business to keep here in our city. They'll be making a private investment for this project of over $12 million, and we're looking at a public investment of about $2.5 million of TIF dollars. The zoning of the property is being changed from AG to I1, and we're annexing the property. The annexation agreement before you is outlining the roadway improvements that are needed to Arbor Road to address some turning movements that are needed to facilitate a new access point for the property. And the design of the roadway improvements does take into account that there will likely be additional development on the south side of Arbor Road, just directly south of this project. We are also requesting your approval of a multi-party sanitary sewer agreement. Central Land Investments, in conjunction with 6 other property owners in the area, basically located west of North 70th Street. Let me show you that marker on there. It's a little hard to see. So right here would be North 70th Street and then Arbor Road. They worked together and collectively funded a sanitary sewer study for the city wastewater department to master plan the remaining sewer lines that will be needed to serve this area up here along Arbor Road. In the sewer agreement, the 7 property owners, and those property owners are basically everybody from 70th Street to the west, are agreeing to work cooperatively with the city and the other owners to construct the sewer segments necessary to serve all of these properties west of 70th Street. And you can see why this little agreement's important to Central Lumber, clear up here at the north. The city, as part of the agreement, has agreed to build the 15-inch lines that are shown in the sewer study. I think that takes it basically up to the middle here and maybe over. And then the property owners are also going to work cooperatively to grant the easements at no cost to the city, and then to construct the remaining 8 and 12-inch sewer lines. So that this agreement is necessary and important for Central Lumber to be able to actually trigger construction of the sewer through some properties before they're even ready for it, so that they can have it for the development of their site. So it's really a great example of a cooperative effort between property owners and the city to get sewer to this area to serve new development. I will mention, as Ann said, next week when it comes time to vote, you will also be getting a motion to amend just to change the name on the redevelopment agreement. A new LLC name. It'll be ultimately the same parties. We're doing it to facilitate part of a 1031 exchange as part of the sale. So that'll be coming to you next week, so don't be surprised with that. Same parties, same people obligated. I guess with that, I'll conclude and say we're requesting your approval of all 7 items. That will allow this project to move forward. I think it's a great use for this area of our city. It's a great use of TIF to help relocate and keep a growing business thriving in the city of Lincoln. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions, and I know Dan Marvin's here too to answer any questions if you have any for him.
Are there any questions at this time from the council? Councilwoman Washington?
Danae, I just wanted to say thank you for being the most efficient producer of motions this evening. I just can't believe you brought all 7 at the same time. Thank you.
Well, it's been a good project, and we've had a lot of people working together to get it accomplished. So yeah, it's nice to bring everything in one big package when it works that way. It doesn't always work that way. It's a bundle. It is a bundle.
Yeah.
Any other questions at this time?
No.
Okay, seeing none, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to provide comment on any of these items? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and move on.
That concludes our public hearing. We can move on to section 7, or ordinances third reading and related resolutions. Item 7A is approving the lease agreement between City of Lincoln and Village of Malcolm for the lease space by Aging Partners for its senior center program at 137 East 2nd Street, Malcolm, Nebraska, for a term of 20 months from December 1st, 2021 through August 31st of 2023, introduced by McGinnis.
So moved.
Second?
Moved and seconded by Councilwoman Raybold. Any discussion? Seeing none, may we please call the roll?
Raybold?
Yes.
Washington?
Yes.
Schob?
Yes.
Beckius?
Yes.
Ward?
Yes.
Bowers?
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0. Item 7B is approving a Fourth Amendment to the lease agreement between the city on behalf of the Lincoln-Lancaster County Health Department and Enterprise Company, Inc. to extend lease terms for an additional 3 years from November 1st, 2021 through October 31st, 2024 for the Health Department's Women, Infants, and Children's program located at 27th and Cornhusker Highway, introduced by McGinnis.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Councilman Beckius. Any discussion? Seeing none, may we please call the roll?
Raybold?
Yes.
Washington?
Yes.
Schob?
Yes.
Beckius?
Yes.
Ward?
Yes.
Bowers?
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0. Item 7C is Comprehensive Plan Conformance 21025, application of the Urban Development Director to review as to conformance with the 2050 Lincoln-Lancaster County Comprehensive Plan, a proposed amendment to the Lincoln Center Redevelopment Plan to add the Cost-Wold Building Redevelopment Project generally located at 311 South 7th Street, introduced by McGinnis.
So moved.
Moved
Second.
by the entire council, I guess. So moved by Councilwoman Washington, seconded by Councilwoman Raybold. Any discussion? Seeing none? Or Councilman Beckius?
No, I just wanted to say, talk about something that really conforms so well to the comp plan, the expansion of an existing building in a cool area of town. Thank you, thank you, thank you to the Willem family. We're really looking forward to this project and the catalyst that it will become in the neighborhood as well.
Here, here.
Yes.
Well said. Any further comments or discussion? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Washington?
Yes.
Raybold?
Yes.
Schob?
Yes.
Beckius?
Yes.
Ward?
Yes.
Bowers?
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0. Item 70 is change of zone 21046, application of Cost-Wold management for a change from I-1 Industrial District and B4 Lincoln Center Business District landmark with historic overlay on property generally located at 311 South 7th Street, introduced by McGinnis.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Ward, seconded by Councilwoman Washington. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, let's go ahead and call the roll, please.
Raybold?
Yes.
Washington?
Yes.
Schob?
Yes.
Beckius?
Yes.
Ward? Bowers?
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
Now we all picked up from McGinnis when he wasn't here. We spread the love.
Yeah, we all got to impersonate Mr. McGinnis.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Resolutions, first reading, Section 8 are items 8A through 8G. Section 9, ordinances, first reading and related resolutions are items 9A through 9L. Section 10, pending list, date certain, item 10A. Section 11 is our pending list, item 11A.
All right, anyone wishing to address the council on a matter not on this agenda and not plan to appear on a future agenda may do so at this time for the open microphone session. Individuals are allowed a total of 5 minutes to speak regardless number of topics for this month. That meeting is today and also next week. Is there anyone here to address the council? Okay, seeing none.
I'd like to make a motion that we adjourn.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Raybold, seconded by Councilwoman Ward. Any discussion? Seeing none, may we please call the roll?
Washington,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Beckius,
Yes.
Bowers.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
We stand adjourned.